everybody, hi. Welcome to the stream today. Hope everyone's doing well on a Tuesday. So we have a jam-packed stream today. Pretty much going to be jumping mostly right into everything. We're going to be doing a sponsorship today for AFK Journey. And their publisher, I believe it's their publisher anyways. I don't know if they actually publish it or if they just make all of the games, but either way, Lilith Games is the one who does them all. But yeah, so we're doing a sponsor for them. As you can see up here, we have a little tracker on the side of the screen. If my hand would work, there we go. It shows all of the different goals that people have hit so far. So thank you guys so much for doing that. I think I have a thing I wrote up. Here we go. Yeah, so essentially, yeah, we're going to be looking at AFK Journey today. If you've never seen AFK Journey, it's like a essentially like a mobile game RPG. They essentially have you go around and actually do like RPG game stuff, do like follow the storyline and do all kinds of stuff like that. And we're going to be checking that out today. I have some trailers and stuff for us to watch before we jump in, and some of them are pretty funny. Shout out to Snowy for finding a couple of them. They are pretty goofy, but they are official sponsored trailers, so we're gonna be looking at them just because they're fun. But yeah, so let's see. First things first, let me just talk about it. So, what is the sponsor? So essentially, by downloading and playing any of these games, following the link, you should probably pin this in chat, actually. Is that pinned yet? Just know we already got it. He did. Okay. So, that pinned link that Stream Elements put down there, if you follow that link, it'll take you to a page. We can actually probably look at it even, just for the sake of making this easy. Let me see. So we're gonna quickly just hop over screens. Okay, so basically, for this, we need to pull up a page that I had prepared. Let me find it here. Okay, I have a couple tabs prepared, so I'm having to like sort through all my stuff here. What's this one? Yes. Okay, so this is the trailers tab. But I am going to quickly just follow the link into this tab as well. And it'll bring you to this page right here. And I know the little widget's kind of covering a little bit, but as you can kind of see, we have about 12 days left to complete all of our goals here. And so this is the exact page that you guys will see as well when you click the link and come to it. But more or less, you have all of this stuff. You click this download button here. It gives you a little trailer for it. It does the same for the other games as well. And it does say PC only, so that is very important. Now, these are mobile games. All you need to do is download them on your PC. If you wish to continue playing and reaching the goals, you can do so on your phone. You don't have to continue playing on your PC, just install them from there. Now, if that's not very clear, I can make it even more clear. PC only. Install on PC. Then you can install on your phone and continue playing if you wish. Makes it easier for getting some of the goals, because some of them just take like a lot of time and people needing to kind of just press buttons and things like that. Also, I did want to point out, I did turn off the text-to-speech for this stream. You can, however, have it like automatically do it if you do a command. I believe it's !say, and then you type what you want, and it should come through. But I'll make that more clear in future streams. Anyways, going back to this. Yeah, so this is a page you'll come to. You'll just click like this download button here. It actually gives you a list of all the goals, which is pretty cool. So if you're not interested in going over on the Discord, you can just come right here and find all the goals that you need to complete. You don't need to complete all of them. Even just doing a couple of them is very, very helpful. And all of them essentially exponentially increases the support that the company will send to me as a result of you playing. And now, one last thing about this page is all of these games are free. They're completely free to download. You don't have to pay any money whatsoever. You just follow this link and come to this page, click the button. Make sure you continue as your Twitch account or log in with a Twitch account, because I have had 2 people now sign in as anonymous, and it did not credit them for signing up. Not sure why. I think it might be a bug in their system. So keep that in mind. Make sure that you sign up with a Twitch account. But yeah, so you can come here and do that. Also, this is very important right here. Only new players, no VPNs, and don't use ad blockers, especially when you come into this page, because it will not work. Anyways, that's enough of that. This is your download page. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Over here it also shows you the different achievements people have hit so far, so you kind of see, you can even have like a big scroll list of all the stuff people have done. So I really appreciate that. Actually did want to mention really quickly like that I am extremely grateful for everyone who's taken the time so far to participate. I know I haven't done any of the like sponsor stream stuff yet, and we've had a little over half the times gone already. And I've been talking a lot about it on Discord and stuff like that, and on the occasional streams near the beginnings and stuff like that. I have mentioned it a couple times, but I wanted to wait for like a full stream to kind of go over things. And yes, there is quite a few community achievements already. It does update every hour or so, so you can keep track of your own progress if you wanted to look at that. And there's even some that people have completed recently, so thank you guys for that. But I did want to mention that these sponsors are, like, hands down the best way to support the streams. I'm very grateful for subs, and I'm very grateful for bits, and any other donations and ways to support. However, these sponsorships essentially are really what pays the bills, so to speak. They give the most money, and at the end of the day, I pretty much only keep about 10% of what we make on these sponsors for myself, and I just pretty much put the rest of it right back into stream upgrades. And as of right now, we are actually getting really close to my initial goal that I had set for the sponsor. So with only, 12 days left, we are super duper close. And once again, I am very grateful for everyone who has participated so far, and we are so close. Let's keep going and push for the last goals here. And as an incentive for that as well, I have over on the Discord also posted my own little list of goals that you can check out in the announcements channel. Essentially for hitting various goals, so I'll just kind of click on one of these as an example for you guys. Where did that page go? Like I said, the incentives are, for example, reaching level 20. If 5 people can reach level 20, so every 5 people that do that, I will add 1 game key. And what does that mean? Well, I have a giant list of game keys that I want to give away to you guys. It's actually massive, like so many game keys, it's like unreal. I could probably even pull it up and let you guys see it really quick. Picker wheel. Picker wheel? Yeah, here it is. Okay, so right now there's like 40 games in there, and I have more that I haven't added to this list. So I'll give you guys just a quick sneak peek. You can look at some of these games. These are all games you could potentially win during the giveaway. And I currently have, 11 keys? Yeah, 11 keys to give away to you guys out of this list of 40 plus. Like, I think I have at least 10 more to add to this list that I just haven't done yet because I'm lazy. But once the sponsorship has ended, we will start doing those giveaways. I'll try to do maybe 2 per stream after that until we get them all given out. And so, going back to kind of what I was saying before, reaching certain goals that I have set or certain incentives that I've set on the Discord, such as just reaching the first goal here with 5 people, getting a certain amount of installs per game, and other various things like purchasing the Premium Gazette and things like that, are all counted towards those incentives. So we're currently sitting at a point where I believe I mentioned it last night, but if we get like one single person, I'm talking one person, guys, like literally one of you right now goes on there and installs like all 4 of these games and hits the first goal for them, which like City Hall level 5, City Hall level 5, Command Center level 5, like that kind of stuff, you will unlock like 6 more game keys because we are that close. Like there's that many people that have been working on these goals. And so there's 6 keys just right there on the brink of being able to be released. So if we get one person even to just download all the games and play to the first goal, we'll unlock that. But yeah, so once again, I do really appreciate everyone who has gone through so far and done this. It is like huge boon for the stream and big support for me. Anyways, moving on with that, we're going to be checking out AFK Journey for the most part today, as that is the main game that we are asked to look at. However, I will take a look at the other 3 as well briefly, just to kind of give you a short idea of how they play, just so you can kind of get an idea. They're all fairly similar, I would say, with just like varying mechanics between them. But for the most part, they are pretty straightforward, and once you play one, picking up the other 2 is like pretty easy, honestly. So it's pretty quick to get a lot of the like first level goals. Genuinely, I think all of these games maybe took me an hour tops to reach like the first 2 or 3 goals. So it's very quick, especially when you're using all of the bonuses they give you. But yeah, so essentially we want to look at AFK Journey first. So with that, we're going to check out some trailers that I have prepared. Let me pull those up and turn the music off really quick. Music off, trailers up. So we'll look at the official trailer first, so that we can kind of see what the devs intended vision, and then we're going to check out the current season trailer as well. So let me pull this up here. Now I'm going to go ahead and hide as well, so you guys can watch the full thing. Oh, here, let me turn it up and turn the closed captions on. Oh, they're not actually available.
You will embark on your own journey, facing your inevitable destiny.
I actually really enjoy the art style.
You must find her fast.
Hey, I heard you were looking for her too. Can we tag along?
Faithful companions will journey alongside you. Your story will be entwined with the friendship of many.
Hurry up, let's go!
Your destiny unfolds upon her invitation. The forest conceals mischief, teaching you to trust your instincts.
I have a funny trailer about that guy in a bit.
Courage on the battlefield. shadows hope, bringing out the light within. Let us cross paths once again on our journey to Esperia.
I will say this is my favorite part of the game, is running around and seeing the world. It's very cool. That was nice. And I have one more for you guys here. Never watched the official trailer. It's pretty nice, honestly. I don't think it was too bad. And so this is the current season. It's called Waves of Intrigue. This is like... So you know how most games will have like basically a season of content where it's like really focused around a certain thing, similar to how our No Man's Sky stream had the expedition about fishing. So theirs is Waves of Intrigue. I don't actually know what it's about, so this is my first time seeing this as well. It's a pretty long trailer too, so this might be pretty interesting. I think honestly, I'm gonna put the goal thing somewhere else too, really quick. So I feel like it's like just in the way. I'm just gonna move it over here for now, off to the side. Okay.
For some reason, tourist instructions seem to have faded from your memory.
Why do these things always happen to me? Hey, can you move?
Those are some high walls.
This is Rustport. In this town, the Carmine Whispers hold the reins. They and the Water Whites have been mauling each other like a pack of sea-wolves.
Rustport is being targeted by
Ooh,
the
it's like a
Water Whites
pirate
and the Dead
focus
Tides.
thing.
The
That's
Carmine
cool.
Whispers need your help.
Long time no see, sister.
Nora?
May I know why you have my old man's compass?
Beneath you, the threads of many destinies will weave together.
Okay, these are super cool environments. I really have to admit that.
Oh, that's quite useful. Thanks, Octopus Head. Let me join the fray.
All right then. Do you want to live?
These must be like the poster characters for the season.
Anything new? I'm looking to be entertained.
Oh, is she a tank? Rowan. That's one of them. Ooh, I like her actually. I actually like the Carmine Whisper costume too. That's cool. These must be some bosses. Wow, that's really neat actually. But yeah, so let me just come back here, boop boop, and we'll move this back over. Come here, little box. Okay. Alright. Yeah, that was cool. So those were that. And now I do have a couple of goofy trailers to show you guys. Because we found some silly trailers that I guess were like officially sponsored by AFK Journey. I just want to show you guys just because they're fun. Let's see. This isn't by no means like representative of the actual gameplay of the game, but I do think it's funny to show them. Let me see here. Sorry, I'm just moving tabs around and stuff like that. Where's it at? There it is. Alright. We're gonna move this back again. Actually, I'm just gonna hide this for now. We don't actually need to see that for the time being. Okay. So this is the first one. Basically, this is supposed to be like a gameplay like trailer for the game. Well, actually, do you guys hear the sound for this? Probably not, right? Let me quickly... Can I even have it show you the sound? I don't know if I can... Actually, yeah, here it is. Okay.
AFK Journey. Download now.
So, that's the first one, right? Let me pull up the second one. I think it's this one.
I can join your guild on one condition.
What is it? We'll do anything.
Kick that loser Rove out. And then I'll
This
be
is
the powerful
this is the
blood
guy
boss
in the
that
trailer
Session
before.
does.
I said I had a...
Trouble in me? No. You're not worthy of my sword industry anyway.
What? He is Aaron the Storm Sword?
And his level is max.
Young bosses, I can do it on my own.
They make it seem so much more epic. I love it.
AFK Journey. Download now.
Honestly, whoever did those did a super good job. I'm not even hating. Like, they're actually genuinely really good. They're just really funny because it's just not the gameplay of the game that we're about to see. Okay. So speaking of the game, let's hop into that now. Those are fun. I hope you guys enjoyed those. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, game, and switch the sound over. Okay, so we're going to use the in-game music for this. It's genuinely super nice. I enjoy it a lot. I plan on downloading the whole OST or buying it if they have it available and using it, because it's really peaceful and fun. Yeah, so we're just gonna jump in. Just a quick heads up, I did skip like the intro of the game and created a character so I could get into like the settings and like stuff like that really quickly. So we are going to be skipping just that first little bit. However, we're pretty much jumping in right at the start of the game. All we're missing so far is that we are apparently like the Wizard Merlin, but like we forgot that we're the Wizard Merlin or something. That's like about as far as I understand so far, so. Alright, let's see. You're a wizard too? Nice. In Minecraft. So down here we have our AFK rewards in the left corner. Let's go ahead and claim those. Hooray, tiny rewards. Oh. So yeah, looks like we got a bunch of stuff just because I was not online. But this is essentially what happens, is like you'll just get rewards for being around, and like your guys will fight here. But yeah, so we're pretty much just gonna focus on our main like story here for a little bit. I did download the full game, so I got a bunch of these little diamonds. Hold on, it's like a little choppy. Let me... Oh, you know why? It's because we're in full screen mode. Let me quickly... I'm just gonna cap it at 60 so that it's not, hopefully not choppy. There.
Look over there! The heroic order came to put out the fire. Fire elementals are attacking them.
Okay.
Chippy is at your service!
Alright, we got Chippy as our friend now. Let's move up. Actually, what is this fish? Is that like a thing? Okay. Oh.
General Hogan, the water
May turn on my settings.
You Sam! Get these fires under control! Do not retreat! Forward!
Our first battle! Yeah, the AFK is really good for leveling up. You want to boost that as much as you can. Unleash a skill. Easy.
I wouldn't have recognized you if it weren't for Chippy tagging along. How about you dispel your disguise so I can see my old friend again?
What?
Ah, General, the Magister's condition, you see. She's forgotten you again.
It's okay, Chippy. No matter how many times she forgets, I'm happy to reintroduce myself to her.
So it seems like this is a
I'm
reoccurring...
Hogan, the former leader of the heroic order of the Lightbearer Empire, and the current magistrate of Hollistone. We've been friends for decades, and our friendship will never fade, no matter how muddled your memory. But this is no time for small talk. Look at these fire elementals. They don't belong in Rhyham. How could they
True.
just appear out of nowhere?
Mages summoned him.
Seems my instincts were right. This fire was no accident. Please, give me a hand. Let's put this fire out together.
Sure. Alright, it's gonna teach us how to add Chirpy to our party, I imagine. Or Chippy.
Oh, I'll catch up with you someday.
Oh, it's got like an auto run. That's very nice. Okay. I'm gonna put him up front because the archer should not be up front. See, there we go. Auto cast skills? Yes, please. Yeah, I really like the art style of this game. It's pretty neat. I need to turn on my settings really quick though, as soon as it lets me click buttons on my own.
I'll catch up with you someday.
I'm in that point of the game where it's like leading you around, like get you to do certain things. It's hard to click stuff on your own. Okay, I think it's just because we're on full screen. Okay, give me 2 seconds to like troubleshoot this. We're gonna go and sit here for a minute. So I can mess with it. Yeah, so I have to like capture it in like a weird way because it's using like some weird, I don't know what you call it, but like the window, it like doesn't capture correctly with like game capture. So I'm like struggling to figure out certain things here. Okay. Hopefully that fixes it. I'm gonna leave it on full screen and try really quick. And if it doesn't fix it, then we'll... We're here to enjoy the fireworks. What do you mean? Okay, this guy's like a pyromaniac, apparently. Okay, whatever. Let's follow our quest. I could probably just do the same thing, which is... So, the way the combat works, I guess I'll explain it just a little bit before we get into some more, like, harder combats, is you essentially have your side of the map that you start with, and your guys that you can pick from. So, these two are, like, frontliners, and then this guy is, like, an archer. So we want to have our frontline people with swords and shields taking the hits, because the archer guy in the back is not going to be able to take hits very well, but he can do a lot of damage, so if he can just attack without any problems, then, you know, he'll be way stronger. It's the same, you can kind of see they do the same thing, they'll put their shield guys up front, and there are damage guys that are ranged in the back. Okay, I think it's running a little smoother now. Ooh, we got saved.
General, they've ruined my beauty sleep. This will cost you extra.
They did a good job with the art and the cutscenes in this one.
You're just getting here now? Were you deep in your cups again?
That's not fair. I ran into a bunch of fire elementals on the way here. Those guys were really annoying.
Oh, so this guy's like your swashbuckler pretty boy knight.
Looks pretty grim.
That's right.
We're gonna skip some of this dialogue. So a carefree knight rescues you from the bandits' name is Valen, and he reports to Hogan. The most pressing matter at hand is putting out the fire and saving the villagers. May or may not see a goal get displayed. What? Actually, I have it turned off, funnily enough, right now. I'll turn it back on. Probably should have it on while we're playing. Makes the screen look so, cluttered. Alright, let's continue tracking the quest here. Ooh, nice. Good job.
You seem more interested in who started the fire than in putting it out.
Awooga, hello.
I saw you casting a spell with my own eyes.
It's not that easy to quench a greedy fire, my dear. I'm just trying to help.
The Scarlet Sorceress is as beautiful as her fire is dangerous. That's what the rumors say.
Dangerous? You're quite right. If this were my fire, you'd all be ashes by now.
The booba emoji. I need to work out better TV and those things because those are pretty funny. I've seen some pretty good emotes come from those.
So she's the Scarlet Sorceress. Chippy has heard of her.
Oh, the way she's looking at me.
You're...
Magister, if Chippy is not mistaken, it seems like the Scarlet Sorceress is staring at you.
I can stare at her.
What do we do, Magister? She's staring really
Oh, she won. Gaze back.
Never mind. You made me think of someone. The divination was right. This night was awful. I shouldn't have gone out. I'd appreciate not being disturbed any further. I'm leaving.
You're not going anywhere, Scarlet Sorceress. All my wares are gone.
You did it! Good job, Snowy. That's actually a cool animation. I like that. If you too want to see a really cool animation, feel free to play.
Don't push your luck, young man. I'm not known for my patience.
Don't you dare try to get away with this.
I think there's like custom ones for each game too, which is cool.
Shh. Quiet. Something's not right. The wind. It's suddenly so loud.
Uh-oh. Oh, a cutscene. Oh, this runs way smoother now. A big wind elemental. I mean, if the widget picks it up, then we're good to go. Oh dang, this is like a whole battle. Oh yeah, I guess we'll put Chippy right here in the front. Miss Mage will get protected there. What do you do? I'm just gonna yeah, I'll just protect him with Chippy. Oh yeah, he's ranged. Perfect. Get him, Chippy. Oh, that guy's so strong.
It's time to show you my moves.
No, everyone's using their moves now. Oh, this is like actually just like an enemy.
My beautiful flames.
Dang. That'd be me, just holding on to... Ooh. That was cool. I'll join him. Dang. Oh, now I sleep. Nighty night. Honk shoe, honk
You
shoe.
awake? How are you feeling?
Are you worried about me?
You defeated the huge wind elemental, but glazed over and fainted before I could applaud. Anyone with a heart would worry about you.
Exactly.
You passed out for a while. General Hogan and his men put out the fire. Then he returned to Hollystone. He ordered me to stay here and look after you. Before he left, the general told me to make sure that when you woke up, your memory was all right. What a strange request. Do you often forget things? Also,
Yes.
how much do you remember of what just happened?
There was a boy with a duck. I am a mage.
He's no ordinary child. He's Rowan, the second son of the wealthiest man in the Empire, and head of the Mithril Consortium.
He's also one of the goals, by the way. Recruiting Rowan, specifically, is one of the goals, in case you weren't aware.
Young Master Rowan identified the Scarlet Sorceress as the culprit, and the two of them were brought back to Hollystone by General Hogan for questioning.
Scarlet Sorceress?
Her name is Muriel. People are just used to calling her the Scarlet Sorceress. Muriel's attitude towards you was unusual. When you passed out, she was the first to get to you. Did you know her from before?
I'm not sure.
That's rather odd.
Magister? Yes, you're awake! Chippy checked all around and didn't see any elemental beings. Mr. Valen told you that General Hogan already left for The General will wait.
There might be enemies on the... although...
Of course!
Alright, so it seems like we're basically just
Before leaving for Hollystone,
heading to village. And we got a new guy, Valen. We're going back to like our tavern.
Dolly! I brought back the Magister!
You're back. I was worried.
Another hamster. Aw, that's cute. Hammy. What's my healer?
Have you regained your powers? I saw your magic in the sky. It was the right decision to go on this trip.
Don't be too happy. Magister fainted after casting that spell. And the Magister looked really strange.
Nonsense. Even the god.
Okay, we're gonna skip some of these because otherwise it could take us a really long time just to sit here and listen to dialogues. I do appreciate them, but we're gonna try to focus on like the cutscenes and stuff because those are kind of more interesting. So you share what happened during your adventures with Dolly and Hammy, one of your familiars. Okay, so they're familiars is what they are. That's interesting. I thought they were just like people. Dolly is especially concerned. She suggests you acquire some reliable allies first. Yes, no, you did get a little ahead. I was getting to there. So essentially, yes, you can get Rowan through a couple different methods. One of them is using the Noble Tavern here, which they are introducing to me here. You get a free roll to start off. It's all good.
Ready to embark on a glorious adventure?
And now we get Faye. So we can try to recruit one more, it seems.
By my life and honor, I shall protect you.
And Lucius. So he's a tank. Cool. Alright. Come take a break. So this is essentially where you go to recruit characters and stuff for like the gacha mechanics. New chapter. Ryham Tales. Okay, so we also have login rewards. Let's claim those real quick. So we got 10 pulls to use. So that's cool. We'll go ahead and use those in a second. And let's see, free login. So we get a Valen token for free. And it looks like every day you get a new hero if you log in. So on day 4 you actually can get Scarlet Sorceress if you want her. That's pretty neat actually. So nice way to get some heroes. So yeah, it's like a free way, it looks like, to get heroes if you just play for just multiple days in a row. And then we'll go back and I'll kind of talk about the whole Rowan thing real quick, once we have time. Oh, now they want me to do a big roll. So I will mention when you do these, it's always good to do the 10 roll, because you're guaranteed at least like a certain level of hero when you do them. I don't recommend doing the single pulls. Try to always do the 10 pulls when you can, because it says right here, 10 recruits guarantee an A-level hero or above. So always try to do them in groups of 10. It's a lot easier to keep track of as well.
What are you hunting? Leave it to me.
Harley.
Dinner time. Go, go, go!
Coco.
I'm here. Who's the target?
Ooh, this is one I said I like. She's a rogue. Sylvina. Acorn. Those are for like ascensions.
Be grateful that you're allowed an audience.
Mommy? I mean, mommy? I mean... mommy? I mean, Cecilia?
Let's stand and fight together.
Okay, Corin. I actually got a lot of people in this one poll. That's crazy. It's 5 whole new heroes and a legendary one. That's neat. So, let's see here. What was the... I don't really... Okay, so this one you get to like kind of pick which heroes that you most want. I don't know if we'll ever really get to that point. Okay, so you can make a purchase and get those if I wanted to. Which I don't think I'm going to this time around. Oh, I see. So I can switch the heroes out. So, like, this girl...
Color and clarity are phenomenal. Oh, hello.
So she's support. This one's also support, so I don't think I need 2 supports, right?
On the ring. Huh? Oh, it's nothing.
Both techniques and tactics are indispensable.
If I could just put
Wait, why doesn't it let me switch them out? There. I think that's probably okay. For now, anyways. Let's check out equipment. Yeah, the first one always gets you, right? So there's this mechanic where it'll automatically equip the different equipment for the appropriate level, so we can kind of just go through and equip all of our characters properly. Awesome. Not sure why it wants to... Oh, I don't think they give any bonuses. Okay. That's why.
The General has asked me to protect you. A little progress is better than no progress, right?
Recycle is anything that's been replaced by better stuff. Ah, okay, thank you, Roto. That makes sense.
A little progress is better than no progress.
We'll upgrade this guy, because he seems like he's gonna kind of carry us a little bit. Same with her.
You desire an audience. And what do you offer? Being a noble is always being on top.
Both techniques and tactics are indispensable.
Plus, leveling all these characters up should get us Resonance 10, I believe. So right now you can see we're Resonance 1. The Resonance level has to do with your lowest level character in your, like, party, I believe.
The color and clarity are phenomenal. Even shinier.
Perfect. Got it right. So yeah, let's just get all of our guys up here. Awesome. Yep, see, our Resonance level went up. And now we can start again. We'll start with her, because I feel like she is our strongest character.
Being a noble is always being on top.
And then she is our healer for now.
Even shinier.
So we'll level her up.
The General has asked.
And then this guy's our tank. So we'll do this guy next. We're just gonna use all of our points as fast as we can here. Oh, that's cool, Roto. Yep, that's what I'm doing right now, too.
The General has asked me to protect you. Not that you need it. A little progress is better than no progress, right?
Both techniques and tactics are indispensable. Optimal training results.
Yeah, pretty easy. Level 20 already. See, look it. We've already hit the first goal. Go us. Now, how many of these do I have left? I still have quite a few. I think we're just gonna keep going. So we're almost out. There we go. Now we are out officially. Not too bad. Once we go back again, Mystic Collection. What's this? Oh, we get rewards for hitting certain things. Oh, so we get more AFK rewards for the more achievements that we get, more or less. It's pretty nice. Now it's just Emporium here. This is how we buy cosmetics. Yeah, I'm sure we'll see it here in a minute. I don't know how long they take to pop up. They're like kind of random. Ooh, I like this ponytail. Looks like my hair, kinda. Those are cool. And then looks like you can get some of these Dali tickets or into recruitment. So whenever you do recruit, you get like these extra tickets and you can spend them, it looks like, on other items. So the more you recruit, the more you get things. Sure that Muriel has a wedding dress? I don't think I've seen that. I didn't see that one anyways. Might be an older one that we can't see. And yeah, Roto, I definitely did mention that before too. Always do 10 pulls when you can. Had earlier this year. Oh, here's the Rowan thing up here in the corner. So you can just make a first-time purchase. So if you purchase like anything, you'll just get Rowan, and that counts towards the goal, by the way. For anyone who is curious. I do think I am going to go ahead and do that, however. I'm going to quickly, I don't know what's going to pop up, so I don't want to actually dox myself or something. So give me 1 second here. Okay. So... I'll bring you guys back briefly. So I just brought us to the shop really quickly. I didn't know if it was going to pop up like my PayPal or something like all of a sudden. So, okay. Here we go. We got a welcome bundle. So that's actually pretty nice. We get a free newbie thing here. Let's go ahead and click that. Some diamonds and some of those cards for pulling. And let's see. It looks like we have quite a few diamonds to spend if we wanted to, but we can also look through here at some of the other stuff they have. Speario Monthly, the Premium Gazette. Yeah, Snowy is right. Sorry, I was just reading his message there. More or less, for the Rowan thing, you can get 2 goals in one by purchasing any of the goal booster packs, I guess you can call them. One of them is the Premium Gazette, which I was just looking at a second ago here, right here. This Premium Gazette, so for 30 days you get rewards. It's every day you get, looks like 2 of the cards, and you get quite a few of them on the initial purchase as well. Let's see what else we have. So special offers. Yeah, so any first time purchase you do get the Rowan, so you can get that with the Premium Gazette, or I believe there was a the 560 Dragon Crystal bundle right here, if I'm not mistaken. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. But this bundle right here, you can also purchase this, and that will also count towards the Rowan first time purchase reward. So either of those 2 things would also get you that, but you don't have to do those either. We did see that there was a... I'll quickly go back. It should be here somewhere, right here. This 99-cent thing right here. If you did want to purchase something just like this also counts towards that Rowan goal. So just for some options, you don't have to do any of these. Once again, these are just options for if anyone does want to support through that. They are pretty helpful for fast-tracking you along the game. I will definitely agree to that. But yeah, that is pretty much that. I am going to go ahead and quickly make my Premium Gazette purchase, though. So I'm going to bring you guys over to here. Oh wait, you guys are already off the screen, so fair enough. Yeah, doing the 99 purchase is actually probably, like, one of the best bangs for your buck, if you are planning on doing that. Okay, so I'm gonna bring you guys here while I make my purchase, just because I don't want PayPal pop-ups. Um... Yes, the shop music is very good. Okay. So it's the first one, just to see, so you guys see it here. Top up successfully purchased on the Premium Gazette. So that is very cool. It'll come in handy for us. We'll get to do some fun rolls with that. Let's see. And then, let's see, we get to claim some stuff, I guess, for our VIP claim. I believe this is for buying things. Yeah, the shop music is very nice. I think I'm also going to just quickly make my Dragon Crystal purchase. Goes up the more purchases you make. I see. Okay, okay. Actually, I'll wait and do this purchase in a bit. So we'll get our Rowan claim.
Welcome to my shop. How can I help you?
I like how he has a duck. That's actually super cute. Oh, he's support too. So does that mean we can just replace our healer with him? Spiria Monthly Daily Rewards. It's hosted by Rowan and his loyal companion, Braddock. Alright, take our reward for that. What's this button? Oh, this just takes us to the shop, okay. Very cool. What was I doing? Oh yeah. We want to switch out Rowan with Faye, I believe, because he is a healer, if I'm not mistaken.
Shipments, deliveries. Am I missing anything?
Yep.
Oh yes, gifts for my customers.
Awesome. Awesome, awesome. I quickly, I think, need to run to the restroom. So I'm gonna do that for a moment. We're gonna claim our AFK rewards. Is there like a cool like screen I can leave you guys on somewhere? Does anybody know of? This one's not too bad. There's some kind of... oh, never mind. Yeah, this isn't too bad. I think I'm gonna leave you guys right here for a moment, and I'll be right back, because I kind of like this, this music. I don't know where my BRB PNG went. It's just gone. Like, it's just out of my list of stuff here. The heck? Image? Yeah, it's gone. Yeah, it left on its own too. What the heck? Okay, well I guess I'll have to re-add that later. No worries. Either way, I'll be back shortly. I just have to quickly run to the restroom. Actually, I think I can just add it in really quickly. BRB. I think I have it somewhere sitting here. Perfect. Alright, I'll be back in just a minute, stream. Okay. I return. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Alright, so where were we? We're playing some game. Let me see. I need to check on one thing really quickly here. I got like a cool slide. Or, what do you call it? PowerPoint thing. I'm just seeing if there's any like cool things they talk about in here that I can mention. No, nothing really that I haven't already like talked about. Okay. Back to gaming. So, let's see. So we're just gonna follow the quest here.
Took you a while. I've been waiting out here in the cold all day. They say it's always autumn.
Merlin's sword has always protected Ryham and brought forth bountiful harvests, but the weather has been growing cold recently. Go see Hogan, ask him about the recent anomalies. So as you explore the world too, you can find these like treasure chests, and they're really worth it because you get a lot of loot for upgrading your characters.
All set. I'm ready for my grand entry.
Yo, potions for sale. Buy 4, get 1 free.
Present. Your command?
Sir Lucius, at your service.
Okay, we'll try I think with this setup maybe. So we got our healer in the back. She is ranged. She's a rogue where I think she teleports in. Yeah, she's like targeting that guy. Which maybe I actually want her to target her. And then he'll just kind of tank as much as he can. Ooh, explosive barrels. Okay, so maybe I can try to get her to shoot them when the battle starts? Let's try. Oh, I can click them. Boom.
What is the next quest?
Oh, okay. Easy. Oh, wait. I see stuff in that field. Can we get to that? No. Blocked. Maybe when we come back. Elite challenge, ooh. Yeah. Let's do it. I think we're stronger than it, so we don't really have to worry. Bully it.
What is the next quest?
Awesome. I like the fanfare. But yeah, like I said, I highly recommend running around looking for the loot around the map, because it helps you level up your heroes like a lot faster, because look at all these like rewards I'm getting just running around. Plus you get these cool battles where they introduce like the different mechanics like cover. So I kind of want to put her over here now to shoot this guy. And then I want her to go for him. I really like this rogue character. She does a really good job. Growth path is now open. Oh. Okay, so it gives you rewards for completing certain objectives to kind of keep you on track. That's nice. Growth trials, too. Very cool. Faction bonus. Okay, so if you use the same characters of the same, like, faction, so like these guys are all blue, the blue faction, they get a bonus, and then like these two get, I think, a bonus maybe because they are both undead. Not 100% sure how that works, but I believe that's it.
What is the next quest?
And we're gonna be able to kind of walk through most of these, just due to the fact that we've leveled up already. Okay, we have a waypoint here, so we can teleport there if we need to again. They tried to separate us with a wall, but I was already set up, so I didn't even need to change anything. Crimson Treasure. That's a special one. What's this? Ooh, a woven ambusher. It went for her and she teleported away. Did you guys see that? That was fun. Get him! I wonder what that does. What if it just like gives them points? Awesome. Level up. Let's do this.
Being a noble is always being on top.
Who's next? We'll go for this guy.
The general has asked me to protect you. Not that you need it. A little progress is better than no.
And I think we'll do her next, because she is doing like the most of our damage. Cool. Defeat treasure keepers to claim reward. I did. Oh. Okay, cool. So it's probably just like if there's like mini bosses around the world, you can probably defeat them and get like bigger rewards for it. That's really neat. And then this one. A lot of the game is just deciding where you want to put your characters to counter the enemies. As long as you're kind of keeping up on like leveling up, you'll be able to take on most of the fights without much issues. We'll be nice and positive. It's actually really cool that they just like pop up like that. Very cute. Oh, here's the town. See, this is what I remember when I first played, was this town. I look tired from the journey. I am a little tired. Talk to Mr. General here.
Great. You seem to have pulled yourself together.
Muriel, the Scarlet Sorceress, denies her involvement in the fire, Ryham. Therefore, Hogan asks you to look into the anomalies and what caused the fire. He also assigns Valen to assist you in the matter. Okay. Let's check out the city just a little bit. What cutscene? Is that me? I would have read what's at the bottom, but it came up way too fast. Sorry. Unlocked artifacts. Ooh. Quest complete. New journey. Different artifact skill to activate. 5 seconds after the battle starts, summons Radiant Life to restore the 3 weakest allied heroes max HP by 7% every 10 seconds. Oh. So it's like a longevity like ability. Oh, here's another one. Iron Wall spell. Haste and Vitality. Blesses the frontmost allied hero at the start of the battle. Increases their physical defense and magical defense by 15%. Energy on hit. Start of the battle. And every 12 seconds thereafter. That's pretty good too if you have like a really strong tank. I like this one more though. I think this one just kind of is better for like long term. Do our upgrades. Explore more areas to unlock more AFK stages. Defeat your foes. Oh, so you can like active battle them too. Okay. Don't forget your artifact. Okay. Every artifact to play is specific effect. Yep. Alright. Oh, so these are AFK stages that we can do. We'll speed it up because we're just gonna bully them at first here. And so doing these right here is what's going to really increase your like rewards and stuff for when you're AFK. So you really want to make sure you get these done. Elite Groglins, inspire others. Same type or wielding the same weapon. Focus on defeating the elites first.
Present. Your
Alright, so we'll send the rogue after her. Just to get in the habit of it. But yeah, a lot of these first ones are going to be really quick for us because we're already so high level.
Just as I expected.
So I think I'm just going to quickly just run through them. And not really care, so to speak.
Silence.
Just to get our levels up here. And yes, we are on a mission. We're on a journey, even.
What is the next quest?
You could say that. 100 goals would be pretty cool.
Come out, my servant, and fight for me.
We're a bit over 80 now. Oh, she summoned something. That's cool. I didn't realize that.
Victory is deserved.
Ooh, okay. Syndicate brokers will mark targets with an anime emblem. And syndicate members will use this mark for additional effects. Prioritize defeating the brokers first. Okay. I don't actually see one this map, so...
Come out, my servant, and fight for me.
Yeah, we are really doing an awesome job on the goals, guys. Keep it up. Kinda surprised my... like, reach level 20 hasn't popped up yet. Or my Rowan, or my... Premium Gazette.
It's time to show you my moves.
My shield is unbreakable.
Yeah, I kind of figured that the widget picks them up, like, as they happen, whereas, like, the other stuff doesn't. And I'm kind of wondering if maybe the account that I'm on is, like, the wrong account or something now, the more that I'm, like, playing. Like, something got messed up and this account isn't the one that it, like, registered or something. If that makes sense. Which would really suck because I purchased that Premium Gazette on this account. Kind of maybe preemptively, if that's the case. I don't actually know. Because it triggered the other day when I installed it, right? Maybe it didn't, actually. Okay, well... Let me check. It might take 1 or 2 hours, but the thing is, right, is it should also... mark something, because I'm supposed to also get, like, a thing too, and I'm not seeing it. So that's why I'm wondering, like, is this the wrong account? Did I mess up or something somehow, and, like, I signed in under a different account by accident? Give me a minute to check this out. I'm gonna be real upset if that's the case. Took longer for it to appear when you did it. Oh wait. I just had to complain, guys. It's okay. Thanks, me, for buying the premium cassette. Okay, we're good. I just had to complain a little bit. It's fine. I don't know why the level 20 didn't show up, but that's fine too. Look at some of our AFK rewards here. Oh, yep, there's my Rowan too. Awesome, awesome. So yeah, it just takes a second. Fair enough. Also, if I zoom in on myself, it just says neat. I am neat. Okay. What was this button again? Hero drills? What is this? I don't know. An arena. Honestly, I always just click through all these things and just see what they give you. Except then they just like give you random free rewards. Alright guys, so we discovered that all you have to do is complain and things will start working. Tons of rewards, hooray! Welcome rewards. Download rewards. Regional launch celebration rewards. Patch update notice rewards. I love games that give just rewards for everything. So good. Okay. Inventory. Quick recycle. We could do some polls really quick, because we just unlocked like a bunch of those poll cards. How many did we end up getting? 48. So if we got 2 more, we could actually do a bunch. And then we have 17 of these as well, so let's actually look through. Gonna change him out for her. She looks cute. And she's new. Change this guy for her. Same reason. We already have her. I kind of want like new heroes, right? Trying to remember like who was good before. I think she was really good actually. Yeah, we'll do that, and we'll try to get a couple more of these so we can do a whole bunch of them at once. So we'll save it for a minute here. Let's upgrade. Wait, unlock?
Let's enjoy the starlight together.
Oh, that's cool. Free hero. I'll take it.
First techniques, optimal training.
So as they go to the different ascension levels, they... Yeah, that's the other character from the ad, you're right. I kinda like her because she rides a deer. That's like super cool, actually. It's a neat character, like, idea design. Gives me ideas for something. For a D&D.
The stars sparkle ever more brilliantly.
Level up Rowan now.
Shipment, deliveries. Every coin was wisely spent.
Yeah, every time you go to a different tier, they unlock new abilities or probably like rank them up. So that's kind of cool.
Shield for others, armor for myself. Let's get
And something that I haven't pointed out, but you do have to keep all of your characters within 10 levels of each other. So that's why I'm just kind of like doing them one at a time and getting one of them like kind of the next tier and then leveling the next one up.
And what do you want?
Just because it's kind of easier that way.
And what do you want? Being a noble is always being on top. First techniques and tactics are indispensable. Optimal training results.
And we have quite a bit of this stuff from the AFK rewards that we are building up from playing, so we'll just go ahead and spend it all now.
Every coin was wisely spent.
The General has asked me to protect you. Not that you need it.
Oh no, we're out of purple dust. That's alright. Ooh, we can also level up our little spell things too. Might as well. Okay, and then we go back. Five out of 5, yes. Oh, so we get rewards as we also progress through the stages too. So let's do some more fights in here. So we're pretty strong, so we can kind of just continue bullying these guys.
Come out, my servant, and fight for me.
Don't worry, your delivery's coming up.
my shield is on.
Okay, we almost don't even need to do like our ultimate abilities. Can I use auto battle? Oh, so does that mean I can just sit here and they'll just do it?
Don't worry, your delivery's coming up.
Well, that's neat.
My shield is unbreakable.
Looks like that's a way so you can like talk to people and like do other things while you're while you're AFK leveling up. That's a pretty neat mechanic, honestly. Also lets you kind of go AFK as well if you need to, which I guess that like makes sense, right? AFK journey. So truthfully, you can leave this up like running on like a second monitor or something, and just let it play itself, I guess, while you are doing other games. Good way to get some progress. Yeah, exactly. So if I have to use the bathroom again, I don't have to leave you guys on a screen where there's nothing happening.
Victory is deserved.
Which is entirely possible, because I have chugged through my first drink already. And I'll be moving on to my second one soon. So as far as I can tell, the fanfare usually selects the character that contributed the most to that battle. I could be wrong on that one, but it seems to be that's the case.
Come out, my servant, and fight for me.
We're gonna try to get to like level 20, I believe, and then we'll move on in the like actual story bits. Oh, never mind. It kicked us out. You've unlocked the instant AFK feature. Check it out. You can get 1 free instant AFK attempt each day, up to 2 stacks. Oh, 120 minutes worth of rewards. That's actually really cool. You get 2 of those a day, so you can just get a bunch of... So, what is it, 2 hours? So 4 hours of rewards you can get for free every day by just clicking it. You can also, looks like, spend diamonds to get more. We'll get our normal AFK rewards. Dang, everything got an upgrade that time. Very nice. Oh, our support gear is really high compared to all the others. That's funny.
Shield for others, armor for myself. Let's get for the light phase.
Alright, resonance 40 already. See, that's honestly so quick, chat.
The general has asked a little
So
progress
quick.
is better than no progress, right?
You desire an audience. And what do you offer?
And the cool part with the resonance too, right, is it'll level up like the category. So you don't, like you can see these characters are automatically getting leveled up to the resonance level, the lowest resonance level. So you don't have to level up each individual character, which is really, really nice. You only have to like focus on your like quote-unquote hands of resonance here.
Both techniques and tactics are indispensable.
We're out of our purple dust again, so...
For others, armor for myself. Let's get
Inventory, shipments, deliveries.
The general has asked me to protect you. Not that you need it.
Alright. And... how many pulls are we at now? 49, so close. We need one more little note and we'll be able to get the next thing. But let's move on to our next thing here.
I heard the wheat fields in Northville will soon be acquired by Lord Franz.
Lord Franz.
It won't be long before Northville is growing those expensive grapes, just like Southville.
What? Wasn't the village chief of Ryam opposed?
Yeah, I'll skip it. From what I remember of this questline, we have to go investigate this guy buying up grape fields.
Thank you for considering my lady. However, she said that if she needed anything, she would instruct us on what to do, rather than trouble you.
Well, she does not need to be so polite. The lady has come a long way, and it is my duty to be hospitable to guests. Should she have time today, might I be fortunate enough to meet her?
Oh, she's trying to...
Rare gift for her.
Yeah, he's trying to be like a suitor.
Lord Lord Franz, sir. I'm afraid my lady is terribly busy today and really cannot see you. Please, return another day.
Me when everyone always wants to hang out with me.
Lord Franz does not seem to be in a great mood today, I see. I heard General Hogan mention that a noblewoman lives in this house, and that she has come from the capital.
And where did this bottom feeder come from? Talking about me behind my...
And nice to meet you, Lord Franz. You're different from what I imagined. I heard you were so rich and swanky that even the fountain on your estate was made of gold. I imagined you'd look like a fine gold bar.
Impertinent scoundrel! No wonder your mouth emits such dross when base wretches like you grow up eating only filth.
Fine, fine. I might well be a base wretch, but that can't be said of her. What do you think, Magister?
Exactly. I'm awesome and super cool, and if you say anything otherwise, I'm gonna beat you up.
Oh no. You look like you're barely half-trained. Don't... I wager you never attended the Serene Lyceum. Am I...
The Magister didn't really study that much there.
See? I thought as much. Peasants like you don't belong...
You've misunderstood, Lord Cocky High Butt.
Lord Cocky High Butt, that's actually so good.
The Magister didn't study at the Lyceum because she was teaching there.
Yeah, I taught there, dummy.
Yes! You journaled about that part of your life, and you allowed me to read those entries.
What a bunch of tedious liars! Enough! I have an important client to meet, and furthermore, I hate rodents! Particularly when they scurry around my property. You'd best not let me catch you around Ryham. That region falls under my jurisdiction.
He certainly wasn't humble. He's essentially saying, however, it doesn't look like he was
I did happen to know that this part of the conversation was pretty fun, so that's why I didn't skip through it.
North and south. 2 years ago, Southville heeded Lord Franz and dug up its wheat fields to plant grapes instead. They made a lot of money, and nowadays many villagers regard him as the symbol and source of their wealth. They say it's a new grape variety, Gemvine. In all of Asperia, it only grows in Ryham, and is so rare that it can't be bought anywhere else on the market. To expand production, Lord Franz has lobbied the Northville villagers to swap from growing wheat to Gemvine grapes. Is this a mage's intuition, then?
Yeah.
Southville is not that far.
This is sus. You encounter Lord Franz, the owner of the manor. He is the one encouraging Southville villagers to plant Gemvine grapes. The man is arrogant and not friendly towards you at all. Go ahead and skip the rest of that. I knew that one part of it was really funny, that's why I wanted to listen to it. But the rest we don't have to worry about. There's some random daily rewards to click. Well, actually, we got a costume too. We can put that on really fast as well. Fashion. So got a monocle. Oh wow, some of these outfits are really nice. Oh, that's the current store one. That's nice. This is like something I would wear in real life, actually. Alright, those are cool. Wait. Confirm changes? Yeah. Oh, I don't own that one. Cool. Oh, it even changes out here too, that's cool. I like that. Then other people can see your drip. Talk to Eddie here.
I'm so glad.
Witnesses of the fire say the culprit's attire looked nothing like that of the Scarlet Sorceress. Valen suggests you should report this to General Hogan. Hollistow mystery.
What happened?
Let's see. You inform Hogan of the tension between Southville and Northville, Lord Franz, and the Mage. It appears that the culprit is someone else. You prepare to investigate the gemvine grapes that lie at the root of the tension between the villages. Magister, are you heading to Southville? I know a shortcut. Tap any activated waste on the map, and whoosh, you're there before you know it. That is true. We can just teleport. What is this new? Oh. A match gesture. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, so that's how you, like, interact with people around you. How do you, like, pull that menu up, though? It didn't actually give me, like, a... is it? Oh, okay, it's just on the side there, I see it. Okay, right over here, on the left. I just noticed you guys can't see my cursor. Most of our little party following us, that's cool. Let's do a bit of fighting. Oh my gosh, we're so much higher level than these guys. They're gonna stand no chance. We don't even need tactics any like at this point because we're just so strong. Hey, anime fanatic. It's like Rowan's here. Hypno Fiend. Get it? Attacking heroes, the red lines. Okay. That's okay. We'll do that. We'll swap them. Yeah, we're just so strong right now. Because I'm just boosting our characters up. Okay, so that's how you unlock new areas, is by fighting like, looks like an area boss. When you can like unlock the... Hypno Fiends suddenly appear. Thankfully, you're able to defeat them. Be on your guard and move forward. Yeah, so as far as I'm aware, that's how you like open up new areas of the map. So let's like look. So we can like go to a whole different region here. Or like right over here. Hypno Fiend. Oh, another one of these. Good luck. Have fun. Oh, another one of these waystones, so we can teleport back here. I think there's a chest over there we can go and get. When your team is stronger than the enemy, they'll be reluctant to start a fight. Using the one-shot feature enables you to eliminate the opponent instantly. Time to walk around like a boss. That's actually kind of nice. That means we don't have to like fight tedious battles if we're just really strong. Pressure plates can be triggered by you or heavy objects. Rewards. Let's go beat these guys up. Tactical drill. Explosive barrels. Yeah, so by tapping the barrels, you can make them explode in like an area around them. And this one is about the high walls. They block movement, but ranged attacks can go over them. And then tactical drills present like some kind of unique drill, and you get only specific heroes to do it with. Okay. Ooh, I see.
Time for work again.
They're not inside yet, because it's not highlighted. Now they are. Oh no, only one is. Wait, guy, go in. No, I missed him! Oh, he's dead. Can he do it? No, he's not gonna do it. He did it! I misclicked by like a second there. That's interesting though. I like those little trials. That's fun. Let's go back here. There's apples. Superior apple. Huh. It was like a little puzzle, I didn't even notice. I just thought I could pick up more apples. Yeah, there's booty everywhere for the taken. Oh, you missed battle dialogues? That's fair. Which is like, yeah, if you're interested in the story, like, I just encourage you to play through it, to be honest. We just even defeated like that boss, I think, which is the insta-kill. That's funny. Is this a dungeon? Ooh. We found a dungeon. I'm really enjoying the art style. All these environments look so cool. Oh, cool. So put us out over here. I was wondering how to get over here. I guess that's how. Oh, it's another player. Fun, fun. Ooh, corrupt creature. 2 to 3 players is required to take on corrupt creatures. You can invite other players. Each can have two characters. So it must be up there, where I can't really actually see them. Wait, what is this? Available at Residence level 15. Should we try? No, I feel like it's probably not worth our time. That's cool though. Back to exploring. Teleport to closest waystone. The rewards are rather good. Yeah, I kind of figured so, but I kind of want to just like push through the story a bit here, personally.
My shield is unbreakable.
Mostly because then we get to do a bunch of gacha rolls. Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking, like, I didn't want to have to wait for people just in case, like, no one joined.
What a coincidence, Master Rowan. Fancy me.
We're under Rowan at the bridge that connects Holystone to Southville. The mechanism of the bridge is damaged. We're about to go on a search for replacement parts. Alright. I assume that sends us this way normally. And I just kind of went ahead. Oh, look, a cat! He's just chilling on top of the windmill. That's cute. Fishing spots? Hey, we just did a bunch of fishing yesterday. When a big fish is hooked, you need to pull the rod and begin a tug-of-war. Backline placement. Oh, it's just like teaching you how to hide your archer in the back. I see. It depends on, like, maybe the activity or something. Activity hours. Alright, let's try fishing once. We'll see what happens. Oh. Oh, so you don't actually have to do anything. It just... You just hit F. One of the more recent features. I kind of figured with the update, it makes sense. Oh, wait. Oh, I see now. Okay. I was supposed to... I was supposed to battle it and I didn't. Oh, okay. Oh, so when the fish are like a certain size, you have to actually catch them. Okay, okay. That's pretty cool. I know, I seem to always be fishing, don't I? Okay. Level up our artifact. We'll level up our equipment and our peoples. Or ultimate leveled up, okay.
Both techniques and tactics are indispensable.
So what kind of pulls are we at now? 51. That's pretty good. And 18 for these. We need 2 more of these. I really want to try to get at least 2 of those. Survey. I will do that later. I don't feel like doing that now. Oh, so you can spend up to 150 diamonds to get another 4 hours worth of pulls for that. Interesting. I think that's kind of worth it. especially for progression purposes. Stuff here. Wait, what am I doing? All the loot. I should mention as well, briefly, what server I'm on, so if people wanted to come and join. Where do I see that again? There was like a screen for that right here at the bottom. I'm currently blocking it, but I am on server G332 for anyone who would like to join. How do you swap servers? That I'm not sure. We could probably try to look together. G332. Click settings. Okay. Probably others. Character switch, I assume. Character switch. Oh, would you have to create a new character on the new server? Maybe. Either way. This one's in a random open server. Oh, so you have to like guess and like try to find people? That's interesting.
There are Gruglin camps everywhere.
Camps everywhere. During our search for parts, Rowan recalls the ill-mannered villagers he saw in Northville and showcases his business-driven mind. The party continues with the search. Oh, cool, we got another one of those rewards. The Gruglin Club. Waypoint. I was gonna send us into that cave that we were at before. That's funny. Alright, roots. We have everything. Let's hurry back. Okay, so that's all we needed to repair it. I think you start over if you do that. I'm not sure.
Now we can get across to Southville. Why do you look unhappy, Rowan?
Well, it's because of the bridge. It was all too easy to stop traffic between the two places. All you have to— I was able to repair it this time, but it'll be a problem for Kira.
We found a suitable replacement. We managed to repair the drawbridge. Go to Southville Community Investigation. Yeah, he's like sus of the bridge because it's like really easy to just like cut off the transport basically. Yeah, unfortunately nothing does carry over. It's a completely new character. These are the type of games where they kind of encourage you to like play multiple times. Oh, well, I am tempted to do this. I've already bought some stuff and I plan on buying those dragon crystals as well. Level reward. Ooh. What's this give? Oh, it gives like a good amount of stuff and like a outfit and stuff. That's interesting. So Noble Path, it seems to be like the battle pass for this game. It's like the base battle path, or battle path, battle pass, and then this one, Fabled Road, is like the seasonal one, I assume. Yep, makes sense. That particular pop-up happens regularly. I see. Alright, where are we at? Let's go ahead and claim a bunch of our rewards and stuff like that really quick. And maybe I'll buy my dragon crystals really fast. What can I spend those on? Now that I think about it, is it just cosmetics? Ooh, yeah. Oh. There it is, Snowy. Sheesh! Yes, please. Her hair is so long. Wow. This is her normally. I approve.
Be careful.
Very nice. This one looked cool too, actually. This is the character that we have currently. Although the orb things are like weird. I don't really get what they're supposed to be. It's just like magic orbs, maybe? I like this a lot. Oh, this one's the swimsuit. A watermelon donut. That's funny. Pretty good, pretty good. So is that all you can get with those, or...? Oh no, okay, so you can also get this stuff with them too. I see, so some cosmetics you can buy them, some you can earn. I see, that's cool. Oh, okay, and you can just buy like bundles using the dragon crystals if you decide to buy those. So we bought like 560, which is what we were planning to do. Then we could do like one set, which could be interesting. We could also buy the hero skin. The welcome offer only lasts for 14 days. That makes sense. Also, yeah, welcome in still alive. Oh yeah, I see that up here on the top. 14 days. That's fair. Seems pretty worth it. If you do plan on playing long term, that is. Yeah, you know what? I am going to buy like this set. We don't have her, otherwise I would buy this just for the fun. But I think we're gonna do this one. Yeah. Okay. I'll do this again just really quick because I again don't know what pops up when I click these. So I'm just checking something real quick. It was the 560 or whatever, right? For the goal. Yes, indeed was. Okay. Success! Alright, 560 dragon crystals added. Got some VIP level. Go ahead and claim our reward for that, which is a cool hat. And then I think we want to do this one. What do you guys think? Yes, Alliance materials now rolling in? Heck yeah. We'll check that out in a bit. We will check that out in a little bit. Okay, and it actually shows like these are good bundles to spend the money on, but I kind of want the cosmetic. Maybe we'll hold on to them. We'll wait, because I don't. Do these like ever reset? Seems like they do at some point. Check out these limited bundles. Maybe there's something in here. The bundles which have stargazers are good. Yeah, these are all like the limited time bundles here. Oh hey, look, those are free. Alright, make sure you come to this page and get your free diamonds. Very nice. Okay, yeah, so it looks like the Stargaze stuff. What are those? Used to recruit... Oh, specific heroes from the event. Yeah, it looks like they're like the event character summons. That makes sense. That's okay, I only have 560, I'm not gonna spend for that. I'll just hold on to them for now. And I'll likely just buy this cosmetic. Alright, anyways. Where were we? Resonance Hall. Or this one? Was it this one? Yeah. 52? Pretty good. Oh my gosh, we're one away. So close. Let's keep going. Catch fish. Oh, we can continue and do more stages if we want, but I don't think we need to yet. Did you purchase from the tavern store? No. That's the Emporium, right? Ah, yes, here we go. These are the limited edition outfits. Okay, I really like that one. But how do you get these? The tickets? Yeah, but how do you get the tickets? Through the gacha? I see, okay. Okay, I have 60 of them, I see. Oh, but wait, these are different though. Velvet vouchers. Yeah, these are like a different ticket. You get them from season milestones or growth trials. And these are locked for me. I'm not sure why. Is it... Do you need like the premium, maybe? Is that it? Let's double check. We're gonna solve this mystery. Give us this button. I lied. It wasn't that one. Oh, it's not it either. But why is it for like sale already though? That's kind of weird. Wait, sorry, wrong button. Let's see. Yeah, so like these Velvet Store things. So I have to just wait. Because it's not available on my server yet. That's it. I see. Interesting. Oh. I can just directly spend 560 crystals to convert it to 5600. Worth? Yeah. Maybe worth? Question mark? We wouldn't get these ones, but we would get this. I don't know, what do you guys think? This one? Because it's a limited time one? Because I kind of think so. We can also get like these cool things too. Like I would specifically look to get this maybe. The ponytail. Okay, so we have a choice. It's either that outfit or this outfit. And while this one is more elegant, I will admit, kind of like it more. The other one is like a limited time, like special one, so I'm kind of leaning the other one, because I feel like this one's when they just like rotate through the store maybe. So yeah, I think that's what we'll do. We'll buy this one. I actually kind of like the hat with this outfit instead of this hair, because while I like that hair, the hat kind of makes it even better. Heck yeah, that's nice. And so it begins. Look at us though, we're so cool looking. We got our little fancy blue hat on. Alright, let's continue onward. Oh, we got another stone. What should we put on this one, chat? Much love from... My message is being reviewed. It's probably because it has my name in it, that's funny. They probably don't allow for advertising. Something's off about this place, I say. Oh look, it even changes my little portrait. Grain merchant? I could probably talk to these people and get like some insight into what's going on, but I'm not going to. I already know what's going on, personally, since I've done this before. Way in the past, when the game first came out. Yeah, but I lost my account. Got a young man who has stolen and consumed gem vine grapes. He's reciting some strange poetry. He doesn't seem to be in the right state of mind. They're making him go crazy.
No, these baskets of gem vine are...
Several baskets of gem vine grapes are found to be short in weight. Lord Franz's men are investigating the matter. According to them, Lord Franz forbids anyone from stealing and keeping them for themselves. It's like that guy who probably stole them and ate them. Anxious Elder.
With everything that's been happening recently, can't you just be...
You encounter an argument between a grandfather and his grandson. The grandson wants to go to Northville to ice skate with his friends, but the grandfather says Northville is not protected by Merlin, forbids the boy from going. Who was still investigating? Where's Valen? Short walls. Oh, those ones you can attack over, though. Doesn't make too much of a difference for us, though. We're pretty strong.
Well, victory is deserved.
Elemental defenses. Kill of elemental shields. Huh, okay. Basically, there's just different magic effects and they do certain things, so having characters that can deal with them is important. That's more or less what they were trying to say. So making sure your party is a decent, like, split of units is really important, because if you're just all focused on one kind of unit, certain compositions of enemies are gonna beat you up. So you have to kind of think about what your people can do versus what the enemies can do as well. That's kind of where the tactics come into play. Because right now you kind of see me using mostly the same units, but as you get higher rank you have to switch around a little bit and start using other ones. Exactly. Okay, new mechanic they're introducing is flame gushers.
What a tough fight.
Basically the same thing as the explosive barrels. You click on them and they trigger like a cone flamethrower that you can use to hit enemies with. Pretty simple stuff, but they're fun traps, so you can really use them to your advantage if you're like good with timing and stuff. Damage priority. If only one hero is deployed in the front, everyone will gang up on them. Damage priority. Yeah, so you can split. Essentially what they're saying is you can use the red lines to split the damage, so where the red lines go is who's going to attack who. So you can kind of focus the enemies to attack two separate characters to make it a little safer, because if you have everyone attacking just one, they might deal too much damage and you might not be able to handle it. Pretty simple. These guys all want to fight us because we're not high enough rank. We're gonna have to level up our resonance here in a minute. No way, you have 1,000,000 channel points. To be fair, I have added a lot of stuff that costs quite a bit, huh?
Well, victory is deserved.
Yeah, that's how I try to play. It's just teaching as I go. When I learn something, I like to share. Oh gosh. Our tank got owned so fast. That's not good. Okay, but the DPS cleaned it up. That was close. But we got our roll reward that we were looking for, so that's cool. Let me see. Okay, sorry, I was just looking at something. Oh, cool. More AFK unlocks. So what is this? Favor? Oh, we don't have any friends. Does anyone want to be my friend? How do I give you guys my friend thing? Can I... Is it that? Do you need like my ID or something? What's this? Account? Okay, I don't know what it's telling me. How do I be friends? Oh, that's cool. You can share like a screenshot. There's a code for each character on a server. I see. Let me see, where did it save that screenshot? I think it said it saved it in here somewhere. Yeah, I don't see where it saved it. Oh well, not a big deal. Yeah, I'll look for it and share it after the stream, so if anyone wants to add me, you can. I believe you just get some little rewards for it, is all. What was I doing? Yes, clicking through all of the screens. So, I don't know what hero drills are. I don't think I want to try them right now. Oh, we did do some fishing though, so that's fun. We'll claim those rewards. Oh, so if we complete the event, we get a character? Oh no, we get the hair. Oh, that's cool. I actually really like that hair too. It fits really well with that outfit. So we just have to catch fish and like do stuffs, it looks like. Guild. Affinity gifts, things like that. That shouldn't be too hard. I could probably do that. It's a battle challenge, I see. That makes sense. Here, let's level up our characters again because oh, we get a free one.
Strike to defend.
Oh, a new tank.
Both techniques and tactics are indispensable.
Oh, we don't have any purple dust. We need our AFK rewards, I think, to get our purple dust. Even though we don't really get a lot, huh?
Both techniques and tactics are...
Yeah, I'm gonna have to level up a 1. Dang. Okay. You know what? Maybe we go to the next point and then we'll AFK, like grow for like a little bit. Oh, is this like a light puzzle? Ooh, okay. That was pretty easy. Those are fun though, I like light puzzles. When games have those, I actually really enjoy them a lot. Okay, go to this side. Looks like this is more or less a dead end, where it's just loot, so we'll just clear it really quick. Get that free stuff. Oh, there's a fishing spot too.
Nice. Follow me.
Oh wow, okay. I wasn't sure if she was gonna be able to do that.
Guide us to victory.
So it's just like a tank. Personally, I use, this girl
Let's spar and see who's the better warrior.
for my tank for a while. And then I also ended up getting Thorin, who is one of like the gold characters. I don't know, is there a way I can like show all the characters really quick? I don't actually know. I think it's this guy though. He's like an undead tank. He's really good. Oh, we can do our gacha now. Let's do that really quick. So we can do 5 of these pulls and 2 of the other ones. I would use Thorin personally. I believe he's who I used as well for a while. I think he's really good. He's got a good ability. Alright, let's do some rolls. We need some more heroes. Okay, we're gonna skip the fanfare and only show characters. New guy. Cool. He's a mage. Oh, this is the guy you're talking about, almost. He looks cool, actually. I love Floribel. She was my, like my main character before. Let's go again. Ooh, who'd we get?
I'm listening to the rain. Would you like to join me?
Oh, is she healer? Yeah. You and support. Perfect.
I'm here. Who's the target?
Ooh, another redo. That's good, because we like her. Ooh.
Will have nothing.
A new mage.
What's wrong with a good sneak attack? As long as I'm safe.
Yeah, the gacha look can be pretty decent. I do remember that.
The truth is but a question away.
Alright, I think this is our last roll for this one. Oh yeah, that's really lucky. Yep, nobody knew. Cool. Add them to your wish list? Oh. Recruiting an S rank hero. Guarantees the acquisition of a hero from your list. Choose the desired heroes. Oh, that's neat. So I can pick... I think I like... Vala... Can't remember. Who's she? What does she do? Lily May? Oh, she's a rogue too. Okay. Is this guy Thorin? Yeah, this is the guy. So yeah, because the reason this guy is good, right, is he can revive himself when he dies, and he reflects damage back on attackers, so it's just honestly really strong. Alright, and now we can do a bunch of these as well, so let's quickly look. yeah, these are all characters we want, so... Actually, maybe switch her out, because we don't want 2 rogues. I kind of want to try her. So, we just got a healer. I wouldn't mind having melee, maybe like a melee DPS. What do you do? You're a marksman. This guy's the sword guy, he's a rogue. Jumping tombstones deal AoE damage. This guy I think was really good before too, like a warrior. So I think that's might be what I want as a warrior on my team. I'm gonna swap her for this guy, because I want her. Interrupt enemy's ultimate, continues to grow throughout the battle. I like that. Okay, yeah, we're gonna do that. What was she again? Support. Okay. Oh, and then she actually was a warrior too. Hmm. I guess it doesn't really matter too much. We could just try for like a... two of like characters that we kind of want. I don't actually know who like I want my last one to be now. That's funny. What was she again? She seems fun. We'll do her. Okay. This is our list. There's a meta method for the hero wish list. Yeah, I'm sure there is. Okay, let's do it.
Each ring of a tree is a wheel of time.
I'm here. Who's the target?
I'm making you guys sit through the fanfare for this one. We got the tank guy. Cool. That's so funny, we were just talking about him too. That works out really well, because now we can use him as our tank.
NANI?!
Yeah. Alright, next. No gold this time. That stinks. We skip. Alright. Well, we got a tank. That's pretty helpful. Oh, and we unlocked... Sorry, the rate up recruitment. I meant to click on that. For Nara. Ooh. We do have guaranteed recruit in 40.
Oh, wanna have some fun?
What kind of character is she? A rogue? Interesting. So, swings her axe, pulls. Oh, so that's interesting. She kind of functions kind of like a warrior. She doesn't like teleport in like most rogues do. Interesting, interesting. We do have tons of diamonds, so we're gonna save that.
Growth techniques and tactics. Optimal training results.
We still have this girl. For now. You would funneling all my diamonds. Oh yeah. I mean, that's fair. She seems cool. I don't know, is this even worth me doing? Probably not. I'm just gonna not waste my time with that. Equipment chest. Oh wait, was there something? Oh, never mind. Thought I saw something else on that screen. Okay, so I need to pee again. So I'm going to do some AFK. AFK battling, that is. So we're gonna swap this guy with our new tank. And then everyone else, I think, can stay how they were. So they were doing just fine. Okay. Auto battle. Okay, chat. I will be back in just a few minutes. I'm gonna go check in with my rest of my house and go to the bathroom. I'm actually gonna put this back on too. Make it a little smaller. There we go. Alright, I will be back soon, chat. And if you'd like to hop in and join me, you can feel free to use the link that is pinned in the chat, or when the QR code comes up on the screen, you can click that and join that way as well. I'll be back shortly.
Well, victory is deserved. Come out, my servant, and fight for me.
What is the next quest?
Don't hurry! Your delivery's coming up!
Silence.
Well, victory is deserved.
Silence.
You'll get what's coming to you!
What is the next quest?
Well, victory is deserved.
Don't hurry! Your delivery's coming up!
What is the next quest? Silence. What is the next quest?
Alright, I'm back. Everything is all good for now.
Come out, my servant, and fight for me.
Yeah.
Well, victory is deserved.
Turn off auto battle. Let's get to 25. We're like right there, huh? Yeah, the character seems cool, for sure. I did the same with Florabella when she first came out. If I'm not mistaken, she was the first, like, banner quote-unquote character, so... I did end up pouring all of my diamonds into pulling her, because she was really strong. And she pretty much carried me through the beginning of the game. Dream Realm. Those are different types of battles. Ooh. The boss. Let's try it. He's level 29, so we can definitely beat him.
Are you calling me?
Present. Your command?
Yes, as you command. Now.
You're not even worth getting up for.
That looks about right.
Silence.
Come out, my son, and fight for me.
The big thing I remember with Florabella too, she summons a bunch of like little ads, and then they just also do more damage and can be attacked, so like, it just helps a lot. Wow, this guy's actually strong. Maybe we can't kill him. Smile. Oh, we did it, somehow. I don't... Oh wait, did it just end? Oh yeah, okay. We didn't get all the way there. We ran out of time. Do we have to be like stronger, maybe? Oh, formations? Oh. Oh, that's cool. So you can like borrow people's... like party comps if you have the characters. Yeah, that definitely seems like it. That's cool though. We give it a try. Let's check out the arena thing. Okay, so we can set up our field for defense.
Everyone must pay a price.
Yes, as you command. Now, what seems to...
Present. Your command?
I have no clue what to expect here. Let's just try. Okay. Congratulations, we won. Good job, everybody. Okay, I think that person just didn't have their, like, defenses set up or something. Yeah, that seems to be the case. I'm just gonna take the free points. Actually don't need Rowan anymore, we can replace him with, this girl. Oh, same with Lucius too, actually. Wow, we ranked up, chat. We're so good at this. Honestly, it's been a long, hard road to get to this point. I'd like to thank, you know, Twitch chat for supporting me through this. I think it's just because the early levels, like, people just don't even look at the mechanic, so they don't have, like, a... I'll say, like, this person has an army. We'll fight them. We'll actually, like, get into a fight. This is like an equal battle. We're gonna swap them. This is a very close battle, actually. Okay, I got his tank. I think I win. And his healer. Yep, I win. Now it's just a matter of beating him up. The rogue was so clutch there. Oh, does it? Yeah, a lot of these games share similar mechanics for various things. Navis 3, wow! Okay, I think that is it for that. Very cool. What is an honor duel? It's a challenge, honor badges, duplicate heroes, ascension, blah blah blah. I don't. So what is it though? Dissipate to get diamonds? I don't know what I'm expecting here. Select your initial combo. Okay. Oh, I remember this. It's like a roguelite type of mechanic. I think, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, 60 points to start. And I have... It's actually pretty good. So it levels that guy up now. And then I have... How many points left? 42? Okay. We don't have anyone who uses a bow. Never mind. 3 tiles away. She's a... yeah, mage. Okay, and then... I'm gonna save the rest. Oh, less than 5 heroes? Yeah, that makes sense. I should probably get some more heroes. Oh, we got a tank. Or more tanks, I should say. Cool. Oh, what is this? Attack speed? Might as well. Give it to this guy, so he just kind of carries us, maybe? Lots of RNG. Yeah, it definitely seems to be RNG. I'm not really sure. It's like a roguelite dueling like thing. It's like weird. Okay.
Great materials are everywhere.
Witness the...
I come to protect.
Oh, to play up to 3 heroes. Interesting. Oh, you had to play your other 2 heroes now, I see.
More merciless than the frigid winter.
Okay, so it's like a PvP duel that, like, I guess we just have to hope to win, like, the fights? Like, I'm not really sure.
Is this what victory feels like?
That's cool, I guess. Can we, like, leave and come back later? Yeah. Okay, I'm not really super interested in doing that right now. We can always do that another time. So instead, I'd like to continue the storyline here.
You're here.
Helena has seen or has been missing for some time. Later you find him at the entrance to a nearby cave, investigating the movements of Gruglins and bandits in the area. Sketchy. Ooh, this is an interesting one. We're also gonna get rid of you. This you. This guy. Also you. And that. Okay. Yeah, I think I have to change them on my like character screen.
Just as I expected. Shield.
What is the next quest?
That wasn't so bad. Grunglin mask. There are also many Grunglin masks in the cave. You suspect Lord Franz has been hired by, or has hired the bandits to wipe out the Grunglins so Southville villagers could grow the gem vine safely. Interesting.
Magister, look! These bags all have the same pattern on them.
Ooh.
But it's not a decoration.
Yes. And
It's the crest of Lord Franz. In the cave you find money pouches embroidered with the heraldry of the Franz clan. You suspect that Lord Franz is somehow connected with the bandits. Oh, Rowan's here.
what a coincidence running into you here, Rowan. How?
Cross paths with Rowan again, who explains that he has a meeting scheduled with Lord Franz and offers to gather some information on Gemvine. Alright.
And this beautiful field is the work of Archmage Merlin. She once cast a protective spell here, so our crops thrived.
So, this place is under Merlin's protection? Cold, dark, empty. This place doesn't feel right.
Randomly this mage comes up and is just like, I'm just gonna cast a spell.
Can't be Merlin's magic.
And you are?
I'm Cassidy, a simple mage.
Help! Someone help me! These Gruglins are crazy!
Yeah, looks about right. Yeah, the comic relief. Oh, there's a wave. It's interesting.
What is the next quest?
We're so strong, we can just kind of plow through them.
Oh, thank goodness. If you hadn't saved me, I'd already be digesting in their bellies. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lorson.
Lorson.
Hang on, Lorson. Are you saying they were about to eat you?
Absolutely. They were even sharpening their knives.
Gruglins are carnivores. Their diet only consists of herbivores smaller than themselves. You clearly only fit one of their criteria, Lorson.
How about we show some concern for the innocent little rabbit here? After such a long journey... Hang on!
That's funny. You say Lorson, but he seems to have been poisoned after eating gemvine grapes. Cassidy suspects that there is something wrong with the grapes, which triggers Lord Franz's fury. He orders his guards to drive you out. This Lord Franz guy is kind of a butthead. Does he? Oh, I forgot about that. Dang it. Sorry, I should have played it out. I just remembered right when you said that. I like remembered the whole scene in my head. Yeah, they're like really disgusting. That's why that one guy was like complaining before.
Don't try to escape.
Strange.
Ah, young Master Rowan.
I'm not talking about. I think these people.
How could that be? Why, I'm sure you uncivilized rabble.
Everyone, please come here. Abracadabra.
Abracadabra.
We've arrived. How are you all?
Fine.
Yeah, the fancy text. That was funny.
Wonderful.
Only vomit.
Actually, it needs precise positioning, but I don't really know.
If I may be so bold.
Oh, nothing that. I've repeatedly verified that at most a limb or an internal organ may be lost, but it's all easily fixed if promptly dealt with.
Please, tell us about this sort of thing in advance next.
Hopefully there won't be a next time.
Magister, I bet you know just the thing to treat the side effects of teleportation magic. There are
Some medicine.
Just leave the others to me.
Okay, so gather.
Here we go, everyone. A freshly.
Look at Cassie, who came here to study Merlin's ward, has returned to Northfield to resume her research. Rowan wants to join you in your investigation and to find the culprits of the fire. Very nice. When Lorson's following us now, too. At that moment.
The Gruglins are even more erratic than usual. Could these grapes be the reason? What kind of grapes can send these creatures into such a frenzy?
Good question. Okay, so let's see here.
I'm convinced the change in weather caused the Southville grape yields to plummet.
Past harvest were all thanks to Merlin's ward, but now with the weather turning cold, wheat production has dwindled. It's imperative to uncover the truth and put a stop to the weather anomalies. It also appears that Valen has discovered your true identity.
Can you youngsters be a little more low-key? I remember your faces. You were there when we were putting out the fires. You're back here to investigate what happened, right?
Yes. What happened before the fire? Oh, no more voice acting. On the day of the fire, a fisherman named Hank witnessed a few outsiders lurking about the wheat fields. Go to Hank's house and talk to him. This is located on the north side of the village.
Magister, you absolutely have to try the...
Cassie learns that Northville villagers deeply admire Magister Merlin. Touched, she hopes to join the investigation and find the culprits. Yeah, we're looking for Hank. Oh, that's cool. Mirror Lake. Hi, Hank. Exactly. He knows the secret.
Why do people keep looking for me?
See anything before the fire?
Before the fire? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Hank, the Northville fisherman, seems to know something, but unwilling to talk for reasons unknown. He only suggests that you go check out the place where the fire started. Valen shows up. Cassie informs you that Merlin's ward is weakening. Valen believes that the Scarlet Sorceress tried to repair the ward and that someone else is secretly trying to interfere with the investigation. She wasn't evil after all. If you plan on checking this game out, I highly recommend that you explore. The world has lots of goodies to find. AFK stage 80 to go that way. Okay, so we can't go that way just yet. We don't have to, thankfully. Make sure not skip any dialogue with her. Okay. Still sticky, looks like kerosene. Bandits. They're here to stop our investigation. Joke's on them. We're OP! Yeah, I said Lord Franz will reward us, or reward them handsomely for taking us out, so...
Fight for me.
Made it a little obvious. I like her AoE. I feel like I need a mage on the team for the AoE.
These results were satisfactory.
Lord Franz is in cahoots with bandits and standing in our...
It was indeed Lord Franz's men who started the fire under the guise of the Northville villagers. Cassidy left to verify the Gemvine issues. He just had to consult with Hogan.
You look tired, friend. I know you've been working hard. Tell me, Have you made any new discoveries?
Yes. Here's what happened.
So Lord Franz was behind the fire. From behind the scenes, he's been using his wealth to make his puppets do his bidding.
That's exactly what I was afraid of. Unfortunately, there's not enough evidence to charge Lord Franz. Even if we bring witnesses to testify against him, all he has to do is feign. We need more conclusive.
Before that, let me bring Miss Muriel here first. She got blamed for this. She deserves to know the truth.
Oh my. This is quite the crowd.
I know you don't want to see me right now, Miss Muriel, but I would like to apologize for unjustly accusing you earlier. You see, all of this...
It's fine. No apologies needed. If anything, I should thank you. If it wasn't for you, she wouldn't be running around for my sake. Isn't that right? I knew it. I know you have questions, but let's meet elsewhere to talk. The gardens to the northwest, maybe. My favorite flowers grow there. And do remember to come alone.
Alone, chat. I have to go alone.
Just the two of us. Think of it like a date.
Did she just say date?
Yummy. What's a date?
What? Don't have something...
We should return to the heroic order, Valen. You had something important to report, didn't you?
Not really. Hey, General! Why are you dragging me away?
Wow, it seems like something interesting is happening. Don't worry, I'll keep my ears nice and shut. I swear to Miss Arte that I won't eavesdrop.
Thanks. Should I go find Muriel right now? My heart's beating. Alright, let's do some leveling up. All jokes aside, I do think that might be where I stop playing AFK Journey. For now. We'll probably revisit it in a few days. Just to see the progress that we've made. We just click all the things before we take off out of here. Click. Maybe we'll get some more gacha rolls or something. Click, 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 click. Yeah, we do some AFK stages. Exactly, I gotta get ready for my date with Muriel. And you guys aren't allowed to go. You said only us. So no chat. What's this? Chest? Oh, equip chest. Oh, okay, I see. So you can, like, pick what you want out of it. Let's level up our... warrior... or no. Let's... yeah, level up our warrior. Very cool. Yeah, if you guys want to see the date, you're gonna have to play yourself and get to this point on your own. You can do so by either following the link that is pinned in the chat, using the QR code that pops up on the screen occasionally, or joining the Discord. There's all kinds of information there involving it as well. Oh, I didn't mean to click whatever that did. Alright, cool. But yeah, so that is the AFK Journey section done. Thank you so much for the sponsorship, guys. Really, really appreciate that. I'm going to show you guys a couple of the other games just briefly, while we have some time here. So let me switch screens. Hi, AFK Journey. Yeah, that was fun. I enjoyed that game. Just closing out quickly. Yep, there's also a sponsor box below the stream too. You can just click that. There's a little little picture down there. Okay. What should we do next? Maybe Warpath, because I think that was the in the name title, right? Just for the fun. Yeah, I do appreciate everyone who has gone out of their way to do goals so far. Really, really appreciate all of that. Let's see. Yeah, we'll do Warpath next. So let me pull that up. Warpath. I didn't prep all of these games like I did with AFK Journey, so I'm gonna need just a second to put them up the same way. And we're all just going to just take a brief look at them. We're not going to go as in-depth as we did with AFK Journey. I just want to show you guys the idea of them, because they are pretty interesting, and they are worth goals as well. And the more goals that you guys achieve, the more support that I get. And these ones, I do have the sound off for them, because it's a little like wonky, so I'm going to put my music back on. Music, hello? My sound is being weird. I don't know why. Aha, there. For some reason it was muted. That was odd. Alright, now, is there a setting like in AFK Journey where I can full screen this? Yes. Okay. Yeah, so this is Warpath. Just gonna quickly go over the stuff for this one. Much different than AFK Journey. This is an RTS, more kind of oriented in building a base. As you can kind of see here, I have a base I have set up over the past like week and a half or so playing. It's actually a week. It's definitely not been a week and a half, has it? And as you can also see, I am at level 20 currently, or chapter 20 I should say, which is right about where the goals end for this one as well. Switch the category. Yeah, you can do that if you'd like. I don't think it's super necessary, but you can if you want to. We'll probably be in them long enough to where it probably makes sense to do it. So yeah, if you'd want to do that, go ahead. And so this game, I will say, out of all of the side sponsors, or sorry, the 3 side sponsors, is the quickest one to achieve goals for. I was able to get most of them done pretty quickly. And as for the gameplay of this, how can I describe it? It's like a World War II-esque, like units and kind of like military oriented. So you have like your army troops. As you can see, I have my ground forces split into kind of different units. You have, like I said, your base that you kind of build up and get resources from. You have gacha rolls, just like the other game. Since it doesn't have one, yeah, I wouldn't worry about it then. Same thing with like the other game, there is gacha rolls, they give you free ones daily. They give you constant free ones actually. This one has like, probably gives the most free ones out of all of them, I would say. We'll just do some rolls really quick while we're here. As you can see, it automatically will get rid of like low tier stuff and turn them into like parts that I can use. Pretty nice. And then there's 3 different types of units. There's like, they call them Martyrs Watch, and they're like Russian units. There's Vanguard Division, which is like German units, and then Camp Liberty is like American units. And you can kind of see they're split up. Like, I have some German units here, some American units, and Russian units split in my army, as well as my air force. And let's see, what's some other stuff? So this one has a world map. So similar to how AFK Journey has the map that you walk around and do stuff in, this has a map where you have your base. And you also have territory. So as you guys can see right now, this kind of lighter red color, that's my alliance. I joined in alliance on this server that I joined in on, and I've been working with them to capture territories. So as you can see, like these little blue villages, we control these. And there's some units garrisoned. They give us territory money that we can then spend to also increase our territory. So like, all the way up here is our HQ. And they've snaked their way down all the way along this road here, down south. And currently they are fighting over this area here. Oh, city level 3. Thanks, Snowy. Yeah, my alliance has been doing some work. We are like the only one on the server who really does anything though. As you can kind of look around, there really isn't any other alliance, like big alliances like we are. There's one over here. But that's like really it. For the most part. We own like most of the map. So like coming over here, essentially what's going on is people are going to be fighting. You can see their troops are out in the field. And it looks like this village right here is our next goal. And it's even like an opposing faction that we need to fight, potentially, to take it over. But yeah, so there's like that whole aspect of it. Your alliance just checks it. That's funny. And some of the gameplay, I'll quickly just jump into the campaign mode, so you guys can see that. So it puts you on the field with your troops. Kind of similarly to like AFK Journey, you do have to kind of think about tactically where they go. So like for example, certain troops are better at being like tanky, so like I have my big heavy tanks here, and my infantry that are good at taking damage. And then these artillery trucks and my lighter tanks are better at just like doing raw damage, so I try to put them out in the front. And I can also call in my planes to come in and bomb stuff too. And if they have planes, I can call in my other planes to attack them. So this is kind of the gist of the gameplay here. A lot of it is done in the open world and then in this campaign mode. And once again, similarly to AFK Journey, you do go around and kind of collect things, do events, and try to level up and kind of boost all of your stuff. And you want to get your units like leveled up and things so you can fight stronger and stronger battles. And eventually get into PvP, because these games are very oriented towards PvP. So that's why when you join like a big alliance, you're a lot safer. But yeah, easy enough. So that's that. Let's see, is there anything else I should talk about Snowy, do you think? Yeah, so far all of the ads for this game are fairly accurate. There is like a weird sniper mode. I've not really done it, to be honest. You can go in here and like, you just do like a weird, like little mini, like sniper mini game. Target, fleeing traitor. So I need to shoot this guy right here. Okay. He's a traitor. Yeah, there he is. Bang. Alright, he's dead. We did it! We saved the city! Now let's run away. I love how they gave her like a crazy like texture and these guys are just like nothing in the helicopter. It's so funny. Anyways. There's that. Unique mechanics. What unique mechanic? I'm trying to think, like, what's the unique mechanics? Like, you kind of can send your troops out in the field and go fight stuff. Like, that's kind of standard for these kind of games. Like, I can just do this. Have my guys go attack all these enemies here. Collect the resources. Send them back. Let's see. There's, like, events like the other game as well. AFK Journey. So you can kind of go through and collect different rewards for various things. I'm not going to get super in-depth into that. The building times, that's a good idea, yeah. So you can kind of like, you have your resources that you gather at this engineering center. And one of the big boons of this game in particular versus some of the other ones is they give you a lot of the speed up mechanics. So like you can see this normally gonna take 3 hours and 22 minutes. I can instead hit this button rush. And I have all of these building material rushes, but I also have all of these universal rushes as well. Right? And so what I can actually do is I can just change the quantity. And I have it set to use universal rushes as well. So it just can do whatever. And do this. Boom. And now I have all of those done instantly. And I can just produce a whole ton more. And again, easy. And we'll do it with a bunch of the resources really quickly. Easy enough. You can just go through, produce tons of resources. And I usually leave mine on I-beams because they take the longest to naturally cook, so then I can just passively make a bunch of those while I'm offline. I usually go with whatever's the highest on the list here, because that's usually what takes the longest. Let's see, there's that. You can also like level up your bases and stuff like that. So like this Air Force base, I need to rank up to be able to do that. Let's see. Yeah, so there's no actual like building times for stuff in this game versus some other games. The Spinny Boy? Yes, this is like a random cosmetic I unlocked. I don't know where I got him. But you can decorate your base. So you have like your function buildings, but you also have all of these like neat little things that you can buy and just like put around. This one doesn't have as much customization options as some other games do. But yeah, so you do get to place all of your stuff wherever you want. There are no build times, you just use materials that you gather, so you can build them this way. This was one way. And the other way is you can send your troops out like you saw before to go fight these regiments. And it says here, like, potential loot. These guys will just drop me some cement. And then these guys over here can drop some ammo, as well as some I-beams, so that they're kind of worth fighting, but you have to check their power and make sure that your troops are strong enough to fight them. Otherwise, it's pretty quick to just produce stuff that way. And one of my goals currently is trying to get level 50 units. So I currently have a couple of them actually, but I'm working on this one right here. So I'm missing some ammo. Oh, you guys can't see that, sorry. Down here in the right corner, I'm missing a little bit of ammo to be able to upgrade them. And the same thing with my Air Force. So once I can get enough ammo for both of these, then I will be able to get that goal. And then that's actually all goals done for this game for me. That means in, I'd say, roughly a week of playing, a little less, I have gotten all of the goals. And I know people who have done it in even less time, because they're just more efficient than I have been. So if you did want to just pick like one game to do, besides AFK Journey, this would definitely be the one to try, because it's very quick, it's very easy to pick up, and we can answer questions for you on the Discord. But that's really the kind of gist of that one, I think. This one also just gives you lots of free rewards. Like, I have tons of this gold. I've been spending it on just everything, because it just gives it to you for free. Yeah, that's like pretty much that. It's an RTS game. You just build base and try to work with an alliance to capture territory and stuff. I'm not really super deep into that kind of thing yet, so I'm not super sure about a lot of that, but I'm gonna switch songs. It is just interesting at the very least to check out. You can also move your base like whenever you want in this one. You get these like airlift things, so I can just move like to follow my alliance. You can see how like everyone kind of snakes around. I'm all the way up here. Last time I played, this is kind of where we were, right around up here. So yeah, that's really that one. I'm not sure what else to mention for this one, other than just, yeah, the building mechanics are pretty easy. It's very fast. It makes the goals go very quick, to be honest. This one's very achievable in just a few days. Hey Toxic, welcome to stream. How you doing today? Yeah, so I think we're gonna switch now to the next one. Call to Dragons is the next one we're gonna check out really quick. Grab a drink as well, since I'm doing rapid talking about these. They are all fairly similar, so I'm going to just kind of brush over mechanics that we've already kind of talked about. This one was already in full screen mode, funnily enough. This was the only one that automatically went to full screen. There we go. It took a minute to launch up. Alright, so very similar to the last one. You have your little quests on the side, you complete them as you go through. They just give you goals to complete as you run through. You have research, so you have to go through like tech trees to unlock new things. Right now, I am working on unlocking new troop skills. And like leveling up the defense that my units have. And also their movement speed on the map so that they travel faster. You can ask my alliance for help, and they will send me time, essentially. So this 4 hours will cut down as they send me help. And in this one, I got kind of lucky. Snowy was able to get on the same server as me. It's kind of difficult to do, we've noticed. But some of these RTS games, they do have a like grace period where you have some time to like build up, and then they'll open up your server to kind of allow for transfers. So if anyone did want to join us on this game, Our server will be opening up in a few days. Let me just zoom out so I can show you. We are on this one right here, 497 Ansel. Right now it says can't migrate. However, in 3 days and 13 hours, the beginner migration will open up. And I believe that means that people can move into here or move away from here if they want to. So if you are on another server, by any chance, like in the construction phase, and you'd like to try to get on our server, you can try to, I believe, around then. And you can try to join our alliance, which right now we are currently working on. You can see, once again, big world map, just like Warpath, right? All kinds of stuff going on. You can see there's alliances everywhere on this one. There's like kind of a lot more kind of going on versus Warpath. You can see this alliance over here actually took control of this big monster called a behemoth. And they give you cool buffs if you own one for your alliance, so that's like a cool thing. We don't have enough people, I don't think, to do that, but you can kind of see their little territory markers. We're currently working on building one up over here. Sorry for the little bit of lag there, zooming in. So you can see we're building our little fortress. Me and Snowy are working on it. And we're building it right over here next to the Dragon's Maw, which is this big, cool, like multi-volcano kind of area. And the reason we picked this place is it's very resource-rich. There's a lot of resources on the map, as you can kind of see, that we can go around and gather. So to kind of explain that mechanic a little bit, in this game, you can find these nodes around the map, like this gold mine here. And it has a certain amount of reserves there. And I can send people to go gather it, so I create a legion. This is my gatherer. Her name is Pan. And I send out workers. You get specific workers depending on your faction, and you send them out to gather resources. So now she'll just go and do that on her own. Another thing to mention for this one in particular is you have different factions. So I picked the elves. As you can see, all of my stuff is like nature and elf themed. And we have to train our troops that we use to send out on different things. So, like right here I have archers, I'll train up these fungal trees. And they each take time, so this game is big on time. Same with the next game we'll be checking out. Unlike Warpath, this game you do have to spend time waiting for things. Because they want you to use people to help you, and also not spend super long hours playing the game. So, a big thing is things will take time. As you can see, this research that we started before, which was at like 4 hours and 20 minutes or so, is now down to 3 hours and 39 minutes, because people from the Alliance have sent help. And so, that's a big reason to join an Alliance in these games, is you can reduce the time things take by sending help. Same thing like with Warpath, there are also speed-ups that you can use for various things. There are training speed-ups, as you can see here, universal speed-ups as well, and also like building speed-ups. So like if we want to level up our mana refinery here, we can click that. It costs some resources that we gather around the map. It'll take some time, so it says right now, 2 hours and 32 minutes, we're going to click this. It sent some help to our alliance members, or request for help I should say. We'll give that a few minutes, come back to it in a moment. And you can kind of see people are going to start sending help here, at the top. And we'll see every time people send help. But we can go back here to our archers, and let's say we wanted these archers done sooner than later. So we can go ahead and click multi-speed up. It'll automatically pick as many training speed-ups as it can to fill our queue. Click confirm. Now they're done. It's 500 archers added to our army, which adds to our power in the top left here. The more power you have, I guess like really the stronger you are. That's really the best way to put it. And the more likely people are to ignore you and not attack you, because, like I said, these are PvP games. So like right now, me and Snowy can actually be attacked or attack this guy right here if we wanted. he is in another alliance, and so it's probably not a very good idea, as their alliance will probably get angry. However, if we look around briefly, this guy right here, Lord bunch of numbers, right? We can attack this guy. He's actually like an orc guy too, by the way. So like how I was elves, he is orcs. So you can see all of his stuff looks different. He's got different units, different everything. But we could technically attack this guy with really no repercussion because he doesn't have an alliance or anything. And all we really stand to gain from doing so is just getting extra resources that he has in his city. But yeah, so there's that. And one of the reasons we're building our alliance HQ is so that we can group up here and have everyone teleport to us and be safer all together. Because that's kind of what other ones do. You can kind of look, I'll zoom in here. This core fortress, they have like people stationed around in the area to kind of keep it safe. And these guys up here too, like they're all gathered around theirs. So there's that. I'm trying to think what else is like important to mention for this one. Scouting, I guess, is a big thing. You send out scouts and they explore the map for you. So like up here, let's see. I have areas where it's fog of war. And so my scouts will come up here and kind of like explore that for me. And you can see I've kind of explored a decent chunk of the map so far, all the way around this way. You start out seeing nothing, by the way, so I have explored all of this in the time that I've been playing. The world sites, that's true. Yeah, so like the Dragon's Maw here, that we're going to be building around, that's a world site. There's also Forerunner's Abbey. You can zoom in. It's a big city. Or like a monastery, I guess is the best way to put it. You can also find another one, Dawnguard. Here's a big city. So that's pretty neat. There's one more I know that I really like, this one here. I want to eventually move up into this region, I think. And live like around there, that'd be fun. But either way, that's pretty much the gist of that one, I think. Big thing is time. Everything takes time, and you have to upgrade things to get to the next tier of other things. So like, if I want to get Sacred Hall level 14, I'm going to need a Mana Refinery level 13, which I'm currently working on here. And you can also see this timer has now gone down to 2 hours and 11 minutes, thanks to the help that we've been given. And there's still more that can be given, but we're going to, for the sake of just showing it off, use multi-speed up. And you can see it chooses automatically building speed-ups, but if we didn't have enough of these, it would go and pick universal speed-ups as well to add to it. So we can finish that automatically. And start our next one. And we have all of these like resource things from just doing stuff. So I don't need to actually gather too much right now, which is nice. Thank you. And yeah, that's, I think, really just of it. I can't really think of much else to mention that's like super duper important. Again, if you have any questions at all about any of these games, feel free to ask on the Discord. That's going to be really the best way to get information, is by asking us there, because more people will have more time to respond and give you tips and stuff. So, yeah, let's see. I guess the other thing to mention is this one has heroes as well. So I did kind of forget to mention that part. We do have gacha mechanics, just like the other one. I forgot to mention with Warpath, they do have like hero mechanics too, but it just kind of brushed over it because it's not really important. I do have 69 keys, yes. I did do that on purpose. Thanks for noticing. But yeah, so you can do like roles similarly to other games, and they don't necessarily tell you, but has the same kind of like 10 rolls is better than 1. So we are short one key for this, so I'm not going to open this right now. Maybe we can find one in a second here. But yes, there are different tiers in this one, similarly to AFK Journey, how there's different hero tiers. This one has hero tiers, and Warpath does not. All of the commanders in Warpath are just kind of the same. You just get them via different means. Let's see. This one also has gems as its like currency. You can use them to speed things up. So like, for example, this research or this building, I could have decided to spend gems on it instead. Let me see if I can click on something. Herbalist Hut, maybe? Sacred Hall, nope. Okay. I think this will work. Yeah, so we can spend just gems straight up to instantly build something. So if you don't want to wait out the timer for something, you can spend money to use gems, the premium like currency, to speed things up. But that is totally up to you if you want to do that. I am by no means asking anyone to do so. And let's see. The same goes for like anything really. You can use it to build troops faster. You can use it to upgrade things, build buildings, lots of different stuff. I will say, these side games are very, what's it like? Heavy on the if you buy things, they're kind of pay to win in a regard. So I will mention that. So if you are interested in like the PvP aspect of it, it is doable as a free-to-play player, but you are better off joining a bigger alliance than trying to make it on your own or joining like a smaller alliance. Just because you'll be protected by the players who have who do whale and spend a lot of money. Oh, pets! Indeed, there are pets in this one. So I have said hello to them already once today. But I have pets. I have a little fey dragon. And a panda bear. There's a striped panda bear, in fact. And they get little skills that you can level up and do things with. You can train them. And you send them in the field with your heroes. And they can like unlock, like gives them more abilities and stuff like that. And also, if you fight different pets on the world, you can like tame them as well. So there was like a bird around here somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. I'm gonna get unlucky and he's not gonna be around. But yeah, there's like creatures around the world too that you can find that you can also just like capture and tame. It's pretty neat. This one's got some fun mechanics to it. For sure. But yeah, so that's really... couldn't find him, unfortunately. Yeah. And I think what else? There's, you know, the heroes. There's some interesting designs. So far, right now, she's like one of my best ones, I think. She's just really strong. This guy's pretty strong too, actually. And they are all themed behind, either like humans, elves, or orcs as well, as you can kind of see. There's also halflings, like different races too, like halflings and like these celestials, and then just humans, elves, different things. So yeah, pretty cool. This one's more of like a fantasy twist. Yeah, that's, I mean, that's really it. Same kind of things. You got all these different rewards you can click through every day. Do different stuff. I don't know what to talk about for this one, really. Pretty simple. RTS game. You build your cute little base. Do stuff. Join an alliance. Does this game have the cityscape? It doesn't have the same sort of thing, but you can rearrange your buildings how you like, and build it how you like. You can decorate as well. This one has a lot more decorative options as well, I will say. In terms of just like trying to little flavor text your stuff if you want. Yeah, the next one has the cityscapes that we can look at that people share. Yeah, that's I think really it. There's a campaign mode, I guess, like Warpath. You can go in and you fight with your little armies. I'll just show it off really quick. So this is just like Warpath, how you just kind of tell them to go and they go and do stuff. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. A little bit of an RTS mechanic in there. There's also like combat on the outer world as well. We actually got one of those keys so we can do a roll as well. That's pretty convenient for us. You can do fights on the outer world just like that as well, where you send legions to go fight these little hordes of guys. And you get rewards and stuff. And that's the same way for like capturing like these bosses and these layers. You do like big raids where you send lots of people to go fight them together. Those are pretty fun. I've seen people do them. But yeah, so we can do a roll where we leave. Oh, bad luck. You can see they give you lots of the speed ups, as well as the items that give you resources as well. So you don't necessarily have to spend lots of time like out in the field gathering and stuff like that. You can really get them through other means, which is nice. Okay, last one. Let's move on to Rise of Kingdoms. If you have any questions about Call to Dragons, please let us know on the Discord. Oh, sorry, Call of Dragons. I feel like Call 2 Dragons. I've done it like 1,000 times, actually. And I need water. Give me one moment. Oh, that's rapid talking. Okay, lastly, Rise of Kingdoms. This one is very, very similar to Call of Dragons. They have like very, very similar playstyles. The art is just different. That's really the main thing. And the mechanics are different. Rise of Kingdoms is also very old. The other games are a lot newer on their like roster of games, I suppose. AFK Journey is, I believe, their most recent one. And that's why I think they're promoting it, but either way. I need to see if I can full screen this one, so give me one sec. This one is a lot more tactical as well, Rise of Kingdoms. Call of Dragons is a lot more simplified. It's a lot easier to get into, I will say. It didn't take me as much like learning curve to understand. But because I played that one first, Rise of Kingdoms was a lot easier to understand. However, I will say Rise of Kingdoms is probably the hardest one out of all of them. And would definitely take the longest to achieve any goals. Let me see here. Graphics, maybe? Is there like a full screen mode? Oh, here, full screen. Perfect. Alright. Yes, and yeah, that's a big one. In Rise of Kingdoms, because it's so old, a lot of the quality of life features that are present in the older ones, or sorry, the newer ones, are not there. So like Rise of Kingdoms, you do have the scouting mechanic, similar to Call of Dragons, except for in Call of Dragons, you might have noticed my scout was automatic. He just kind of went out and did things on his own, because I leveled it up enough. In this game, that doesn't seem to be a mechanic. You always have to click them, which is very frustrating, in my opinion. So if I want to send people to go explore things, like this food depot right here that's marked, I have to click my scout and send him there. Same for this one right here. I have to click it, send him. A little frustrating. It could do with some quality of life improvement there, but I'm not gonna like nitpick or anything in that regard. This one is also focused on, you are not necessarily like a fantasy kingdom. You are actually like a real life civilization. So I personally picked Japan, of course. But there are tons of other choices. I think if I click this, I can look at them. Yes, okay. So we'll start at the top. There is Greece, Rome, Germany, Britain. Here I can actually click them. And you can see each one has a different commander for when you start. And I personally already started as Japan, so you don't get to change your starting commander, but you get a different one depending on who you pick. And also each, I guess, civilization gives you different bonuses as well, depending on like your troops or something like that. So like these guys, just for example, give more health, rallied army damage, and stone gathering speed. So there's also Rome that you can pick from, Germany, Britain, ooh, hello, France, China, Vikings, Egypt, Japan, of course, Korea, Spain, Arabia, the Ottomans, and the Byzantines. Another thing I did neglect to mention was each civilization also has a special unit that relates to one of the different unit trees that you can go down. So like as Japan, my special unit is Samurai. So one thing that I want to focus on personally is getting infantry and leveling up my infantry, because my Samurai units are going to be my strongest ones. And you can see like my buffs, my troop attack is buffed, my scout march speed is buffed, and my resource gathering is buffed. So my scouts are very fast, and that makes it very easy for getting around, like exploring the map and looking for things. And then also I can gather pretty well. So Japan is pretty strong as far as I can tell. And let me just quickly read chat. Yes, and there's also a holding function to like leave your scout in a particular area so they won't just recall to your base. That way you can, like, if they're far away, just like for example, if I sent my scout out here to like look for something, I could have him stay there for 60 minutes so we can continue exploring that general area instead of running all the way home every time that he's done, and you've had me having to send him back again. But I'm not gonna like get too in depth in that. And then yeah, Warpath also has an automatic scouting feature as well. That one I think has the most quality of life features, Warpath that is. And so let me talk about the units since I was talking about that a little bit before. So I have the barracks here. Same with Call of Dragons. You have to train your units, and it does take time. You can spend gems to instantly do it. Same with building. But also you can just take time and click that. And there is a speed up mechanic very similarly. This one doesn't have the quality of life where you can just click one button to do it. You have to individually click them, so it is a bit of a pain in the butt. But I can just do that to show you really quick. They do have this, so you can click the little thing once you've started clicking, but you have to, you know, start clicking it first. So it's a little stinky. It does have the mechanic where they give you the resources though, so that's nice. They don't, however, give as much as other games. So you do have to go out and gather resources in this one for sure. As I mentioned, this one is by far the most grindy game out of all of them. But it's also like the most tactical and seems to have the most like players who are like really into it. You have your daily rewards that you can collect, and also like quests for achieving different things as you progress through the game. You have like a little shop for exchanging stuff. So if you want to get boosters or city protections or anything like that, you can buy them from this like person. You do need to upgrade like your walls. This is a mechanic in all of the games except for AFK Journey. I should just mention these are mechanics for all the RTS games. You have to upgrade your walls and things like that to defend your city. Thankfully, I was able to move where my big alliance is in this one as well. Similarly to Warpath, I joined an alliance and they started capturing territory just recently. So I've been trying to help them out. We built this actually earlier today, and this one looks like it started, so I'm going to send my guys to help. So as you can see, it's going to take 1 day to build this here. However, if we start sending troops there, that should reduce the timer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take away all my level 1s, and I'm only going to send my tier 2 guys out there. And now that general, right here, hero I should say, will travel out there with those troops that I sent him with, and he'll go help them construct. So he has to walk from here all the way over here. And once again, this is similar to Warpath and Call Dragons. We have a world map with resources and various enemies and things to deal with. And this also is a PvP game. So, like for example, this guy right here, he is in another alliance, but we could theoretically attack him if we wanted, and get our alliance members to gang up on him and bully him out of our territory. But I don't think there's really any reason for us to do that. So we're probably just gonna let them all live in here without any worries. For now anyways, until they start trying to bully us or something. Yeah, it is a PvP game, so it is very focused on that, and this one's a lot more tactical. So in Call of Dragons, your general kind of just takes all troops of a particular type. Like, so let's say I have like a horse general. He'll only take horsemen out with him when he goes out. In this game, generals can technically take all of your troops. Like, that's why you saw me kind of select what this guy took with him. So he can technically command all of these troops, but his bonuses, which I'll show you here on his hero screen, are focused on commanding cavalry. So you can see his passive skill here is, actually my head is kind of blocking it, but I'll read it to you. The commander's cavalry unit gains march speed and attack with this skill. So, and also each kind of commander has a tag you can see above my head up here. This guy has cavalry, peacekeeping, and skill. So that kind of tells you what they're good at. So this guy is excels at leading cavalry, so he would be really good at just leading cavalry in his unit. We also have this lady, Constance, the Queen of Sicily. She's good at pretty much everything. She's a all-arounder. However, her main thing is actually gathering. So I've been using her as a gathering hero most of the time. And then my backup that I've been trying to level up to support this guy, Minamoto, is Tomoe Gozen, because she is an archer. So what I can do is attach her archer units, and cavalry to this guy, and have her be like his deputy essentially, and back him up. Pretty neat. Just some characters that aren't listed, other kingdoms. Oh yeah, I should mention that as well. They do have historical information, so if I click on, let's say, Tomoe Gozen, I can look up information about her. It says right here, like, gives you various game info, but also gives you some life information, like a biography, sort of. So it says she was a female samurai known for her achievements during the Genpei War of 1180, why I say 18, and 1185. She was the famed, or wife of the famed general Minamoto no Yoshinaka, and frequently accompanied her husband during campaigns. So I won't read the rest of it, but you can see like little biographies for the characters in there, and they give you some cool info. I believe you can also get other info for them. I don't remember specifically how to do that. Oh, this here. Yep, so each, that was very loud, but each character does have a little video. I guess the legendary ones have like a little video you can watch to see. And I only have one legendary character on this this one. It kind of goes to show how hard this game is in comparison to some of the others. But yeah, you can see they do have like a little label that shows you. He did learn that off from me, yeah. That shows you kind of what they are associated with. So like, obviously they are associated with Japan. Constance is associated with Germany. We have like this guy associated with Rome. And you like down here, let's click on this guy. Cao Cao is associated with China. And yeah, so on and so forth. They all have different stuff. Each general has different bonuses and different skills that you can level up and work towards. So if you have like a particular person that you like, you can try to get them as your commander and just rank them up. It's pretty cool. Similar to other games, there is the gacha mechanic. We'll go ahead and check that out briefly. I do have some rolls I've saved. So you do get 5 free silver ones a day. Could open mine real quick. Oh, we got a nice screen guy here. Dragon Lancer. This refreshes every 5 minutes, so we'll just not worry about that for now. But I did save 10 gold keys. So we can open up one of these. Spend 10 keys, yes. Alright, let's see what we got. We got Ragnar Lothbrok sculpture. So these sculptures allow you to, once you get 10 of them, recruit the hero. So you kind of get these as you go. You can also use them to rank your heroes up if you've already unlocked them. So it's kind of a cool way to, like, instead of just like straight up rolling for the character, you can, like this guy, you can also just get their sculptures and kind of build towards them. Yep, rank their skills up, exactly. And so we got this guy, bars, and then we got Lancelot as well. I'm not sure why they didn't show us like the fanfare. Wow. Yep, so we get package offers. Let's quickly just check out the guys we got. So we got this guy, he's from Arabia. He's another cavalry commander. We keep getting cavalry commanders, which is funny. He's also good at attacking other governors' cities, so that's interesting. That's one I haven't seen yet. So he's good for like sieging and PvP. And then Lancelot, he is from Britain, and he's another cavalry guy. Yeah, that's pretty cool. The game really wants us to be cavalry built, so I have been trying to focus as much as I can on cavalry in this one. But just to show it off, we did get bonuses for this guy, so you can see the sculptures. Gaius Marius, we get some of those sculptures for him, and having 10 of them lets us upgrade his skill, so go ahead and upgrade that now. And so that skill that he has there is now upgraded. And you can also upgrade their stars, which unlocks more skills. So, for example, this guy here, we have upgraded him to level 12, and he is 2 stars, so he actually has 2 skills that can potentially be unlocked. So when we go to upgrade him, it'll randomly select one of the 2 skills to upgrade. And so as you get more skills, it'll like randomly pick ones to unlock. It's kind of a bit of an RNG to it. I'm trying to think what else mechanics wise. This one has different This one does have a big event going on right now because it's their anniversary. So that's kind of interesting. Let me just claim my little rewards. Where's it at? Here we go. Anniversary. There's like sign-in rewards. Unfortunately, we did miss out on the Mulan. If we signed in for 7 days leading up until the 2nd, which is only in 2 days, we would have gotten Mulan, but unfortunately we did miss out on it because we started a little late. So that is my bad. I would have been 2 days away from her. I unfortunately should have mentioned that a little sooner, but I forgot. My bad, everybody who was interested in getting a free character. Yeah, 7th anniversary. Let's see. There also is like arena PvP in this one. I don't really participate. Similar to like AFK Journey, you could just like matched up against a random person and like you pit your armies against each other and fight. I don't really enjoy that sort of thing. I'd rather fight on the field if I was gonna PvP personally. I'm trying to think, is there anything else? I don't really think so. We also have a campaign for unlocking rewards and stuff. All the RTS games have that. There's limited time ones. Oh, the Cityscape, that's right. And this one also has the timer mechanic as well, I should mention that. So you do have to like spend either speed ups or just wait for buildings to build. So they can potentially take a while. We'll go ahead and unlock this. You can spend gems for unlocks as well. I think I mentioned that already. Ask your alliance for help, that sort of thing. There's all kinds of different stuff to check out and click around on too. And again, any questions, please feel free to ask us on the Discord. We'll be more than happy to answer questions. But yeah, the last real thing for this one I think is the Cityscape. So they have this cool thing where each, I guess like tier has different like official layouts that the developers make to kind of just give you an idea like how your city could look if you want to, you know, design it or whatever. But there's also player submission ones like this here. Hydrate. I am gonna take a drink. I'm showing some of these off. Thanks, Jade. Yes, and as you can see, the culture buildings look very different. So presumably these are like Korean or Chinese buildings. Pretty neat. Is there like a... Here, you can visit... Oh, it's like the website. So yeah, it shows just the ones that have like the most kind of votes and stuff. Ooh, look at this one. That's neat. Yeah, so you can kind of see there's different like cool layouts you can do. You can really design your city. This one has a much better system for doing that. As you can kind of see, I did pick the developer layout for this one, just to kind of show it off a little bit. But I could sit here for a while if I wanted to and just kind of design the whole city. But as you can see, really, all the buildings are designed differently. The units look different. I do believe, other than your like specialty unit, like we haven't even unlocked our samurais yet. We don't get them until tier 4 here. But other than the specialty units, all of the other ones do stay consistent across the different different civilizations. So that's a lot of salvage. Jeez, nice job. We have some building slots open, so let's use those really quick while we're here. So our wall is important. Tavern, quarry. Level up quarry. Give wood. Level up quarry. Alright, and then what was the other one? Storehouse. Cool. And then our alliance members can send us help to speed that up. So if you do end up playing any of these RTS games, I do highly recommend, at least when you first start, join an alliance. Find one with a lot of members, and just try to join. Keep trying to join ones with lots of members. Try to grind. They help out so much. They give you free resources, they speed up your build times, and all that sort of thing. It's very worth it. Very worth it to try. And then, if you do plan on continuing to play for like a longer period, Call of Dragons in particular, we have an alliance I do want to try to progress a little bit with. That could be really fun. And this game, Rise of Kingdoms, I would be down to start again. Like, I would be down, I think, to if everyone had like an idea of like a time to kind of play together, we could all group up and start an alliance together on this one too. I think that would be fun, because you can have multiple characters, or like multiple accounts, I should say. And that would be pretty fun to do. And start like our own little alliance all together. What are the differences in the goals? Oh, that's a good question. Let me go ahead and pull that up. So, let's see. I think the best way to show that might actually be just to show the Discord, perhaps. Okay, let me enable stream mode, so you guys don't get to see people's names. Only the people that don't mind. The stream on this page has it too. Oh, does it? Oh, you're right, actually. I could show that. Do I have that one still up? Oh, I do. Okay. Alright, so we'll check it out this way instead. But we'll leave Rise of Kingdoms in the background. And we'll drag this over. So yeah, essentially, the differences in the goals, right? So AFK Journey, obviously a very different play style. You have to reach like the resonance levels for your characters. However, all three of these RTS games here at the bottom, all three of them have very similar goals. So we'll click on Rise of Kingdoms because that's what we're looking at here. Now, all of them have, all four of them have this goal right here. I can't highlight it because my thing is being weird, sorry. Right here. It says install. Very first goal. Okay. They all have that. And then all of them also have a goal for reaching. Yeah, it's something to do with my browser, I think, because of the pop-up. Yeah. Apologies for that. Anyways. Oh, it's the page, I see, okay. Anyways, yeah. The next thing is the first goal, the second goal for all of them is just to reach a fairly low level of City Hall. And now, to reference that, going back in game here, this is your City Hall. This is like your main building. You level it up like this, right? And that's what I was kind of working on trying to level up here. Get this to level 12. And it wants you just to reach a fairly easy number of 5 for this one in particular. Call the Dragons, I believe, is also 5, yes. And Warpath, 5. Very simple. And that's like that for all the games now. All you need to do is just get City Hall levels to certain points. Like, Snowy hit 13 before, I believe it was, for Call the Dragons for us. I am getting pretty close to 200k power in Rise of Kingdoms, personally. I don't know why my tracking keeps cutting off when I'm trying to explain things here. Hello? Okay. Anyways, yeah, and then there are goals as well for reaching certain like power levels and stuff. So Rise of Kingdoms is a little different in regards to that. They want you to reach power levels. Call of Dragons just wants you to level up your city hall. And Warpath wants you to do the chapters, which is like the quest line, right? So how each game has a little quest that you do on the side to follow along with. So like this one has these on right here. You claim them and do them every day, and you just kind of work towards the different goals. Those ones are what it means there with the chapters for Warpath. And then, like I said, Rise of Kingdoms wants you to reach power level. So at the top left there, I am at 157,000 power. I'm closing in on 200k. And there's also a unique goal for this game as well, that once you reach 200k power, there is a bucket of gems that you can purchase. And it's one of the like things that kind of pop up. Those have been happening all throughout the stream. As we've been playing games, they'll pop up on screen and ask you to make purchases. Those are also certain goals here. I have them all listed out on the Discord for the very specific ones that count towards goals. Rise of Kingdoms has a fairly clear, very clear ones. The first recharge just pops up as, first recharge. And then also a 30-day gem supply, very straightforward. And then this one as well, the bucket of gems. And then same thing with like AFK Journey. The Premium Gazette, that was very straightforward. And the 560 Dragon Crystals, very straightforward. So there are purchase goals. I am by no means asking anyone to go for those. However, I would like to mention all of the money that you spend on these goals in particular, for any of these games, so the first recharge, the Premium Gazette, the Dragon Crystals, the Armament Deluxe Pack, all of these that are listed on the goals page, I receive full credit for whatever you spend, plus a bonus. Okay? So, if you do want to support the channel, that is a massive, massive way to do so. I'm not asking anyone by any means to go out of their way to spend money, but if you have the disposable income, that is a great way to support the channel. But yeah, and that's really the main things about the goals, I think. I will say there was 2 technical things to play off of Snowy's question there that I did encounter. So 2, mark them 2. I got 2 fingers here about goals. One of them was that when you go to download, there is a or stay anonymous button here down at the bottom. Don't click that. For whatever reason, I think it's bugged, and it doesn't give credit for people who sign up that way. So if you do plan on doing it, just make a Twitch account. They are free, just like these games. These games are all free to play. I need to mention that and stress that. They are all free to play. You don't have to spend any money whatsoever to play them. Spending money is entirely up to you. Anyways, don't click Stay Anonymous. Make a Twitch account and continue as your Twitch account or log in as Twitch account. Otherwise, the credit will not come through. As you can see on the side here, the right, like Sly Cooper has achieved goals. We have Hebrew Heroes gotten some goals, etc. You'll only show up and get credited for goals if you sign up that way. Not sure why, but that's just how it is. Hi Milo. Hi. Welcome to stream. Yes, and I will still love you regardless, no matter what goals you do. Even if it's just installing the game, I will still appreciate it regardless. If you install all 4 of them, I will greatly, greatly appreciate it. If you do all of the goals for one game, I will greatly appreciate it. Genuinely, anything helps. All support helps. And so the second thing I wanted to mention about the technical difficulties is, in particular, Call to Dragons has a goal for this Legendary Trailblazer pack. And I sent them a an email about it, but for whatever reason, this one in particular does not count. I don't know why. It just, for some reason, will not give credit. I attempted it, and somebody else attempted it as well, and it did not give us credit when we tried it. So, for some reason, this one is like broken. So I don't recommend doing that one out of all of them. This one, however, does still work fine. This one was totally okay. The Rising Sun pack after 6 heroes, totally fine. But do not buy the Legendary Trailblazer pack for Call to Dragons. Only because it is bugged for some reason. If you are looking specifically for goals, if you want to support the game, feel free. If you want to support me and the goals, I would not recommend that one in particular. But yeah, let me see what Milo said. We should have Murder Hobo in CK3 game. Oh no. What a stinker. Is it like that guy the other day complaining about how he couldn't play a like a historical character who's like super OP to start? Ooh, you finally got an emoji? Ooh, nice. Womp womp womp. I like that emoji actually. That's a fun one. But yeah, let's see. I can't think of anything else, like, in particular. That was an issue. Oh yeah, so on the Crusader Kings Discord, that was like a big thing. It was really funny. Hold on, let me change. Actually, Snow, you mind changing the category for us to just talking? Because I think now we're kind of at a point where we're kind of just chilling for a little bit. And if anyone has any questions about any of the sponsor stuff, now's a great time to ask. I'm just going to be taking a drink and reading chat for a bit. Actually, you know what? Yeah, sponsor segment over. Thank you again for AFK Journey and Lilith Games for sponsoring us. Really, really do appreciate that a lot. And we are still sitting at, I believe, let me just quickly double check my tally. But I think we're still sitting at 11 game keys to give away. We unfortunately haven't hit any of the goals for the game key incentive yet this stream. But people have been slowly and steadily working on those. To just kind of call back to the page we were on previously. If anyone, literally any one person that hasn't done it so far, goes and downloads these 3 games here at the bottom, and also I believe AFK Journey, actually sorry, all 4 games, and then reaches these 2 goals, install the game, City Hall level 5, or for AFK Journey in particular, Resonance level 20, more game keys will be unlocked. Only one singular person has to do that, and you guys get like 6 more game keys just out of that alone. So that's how close we are to another incentive. I just wanted to kind of point that out in case anyone was interested in trying. And this page can be found pinned in the chat. Let's go back